You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue.
New York, here we go. New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show.
Championship point number 3. Alcaraz serve out wide is an ace, and Carlos Alcaraz has reimagined Spectacular, winning his second U.S. Open title. It's Alcaraz for the second time in New York.
New York knows legends and history.
First serve here on championship point for the champion, Aryna Sabalenka. The serve out wide. The backhand return is wide. The second year in a row, Aryna Sabalenka is the U.S. Open champion. She's the #1 in the world again, and she is the U.S. Open champion again.
And how to make some noise.
Championship point for Dabrowski-Ratliff. It is Dabrowski returning a slider out wide by Townsend. Backhand clips off the line. Townsend has the lob off the backhand wing. Does it fall in? It does not. It's well long, and that will do it. The 3-seeded team, Gabby Dabrowski and Aryna Ratliff, lift their second U.S. Open women's doubles title.
We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Welcome to the show.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Nestled at the picturesque USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, welcome to Day 5 of the 2026 US Open Fan Week. It is 77 degrees. It did rain earlier coming to site. It has subsided right now here on the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, where the final round of qualifying begins today. Also, there's tons of enjoyable activations around the grounds, players practicing for the main draw, and much more. Pleased to be joined by tennis icons to my left on our set here. Zina Garrison with us, and also the founder of Excess Tennis in Chicago. Does a remarkable job on the coaching circuit, also a phenomenal player in his own right, and also the coach of 2017 U.S. Open champ Sloane Stephens. Kamal Murray joining us. Kamal, thanks so much for hanging out.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. I want to start here, and I know you guys are great friends, and we go back to the World Team Tennis days when I was broadcasting in Philadelphia. How are things going recently? I want to start out with Excess Tennis and everything happening in Chicago before we get to Sloane.
It's great. We're expanding. We built a 13-acre center with 117,000 square feet under roof, and we're adding another 100,000. So we're adding a 2-story restaurant, redo the locker rooms. We're building housing. So we're on the move. We're busy.
I want to know, how did you the concept of you coming up with Excess Tennis? I mean, we're good friends. You talk about it all the time, but I want the world to know how you came up with this.
Well, it really is from traveling on tour. You know, I think that when you grow up learning to play tennis in an environment that I learned to play in, you realize that you don't have the tools to make it on a global stage. Now, we were lucky enough to have Donald Young and Taylor Townsend and people make it from Evan King, make it out of that one center. But when you look at what the other players had, we didn't have that. And so tennis keeps getting tougher every year. The athletes get better. The skill set gets stronger. So I wanted to create something that really could mirror some of the greatest places that I've seen, from Beijing to Wuhan to here in New York. And so, you know, I just really took pictures, kept my notes, put it all together, and then went to the city and funders and said, hey, we should build this. We've got a rich tennis history. We had Alan Schwartz, John Vagoza, and Katrina Adams. We had all of the power there to do it. We just needed somebody to sort of spearhead it. So, you know, I guess people say, Martina Navratilova says, Kamal, you are a glutton for punishment. I was the person that chose to take the charge and bring everybody in. So it was not an original concept, but one that existed other places around the world that I thought Chicago deserved.
Well, I know one thing that you're very passionate about as well is passing it on to others, for the other coaches. It's not many coaches that aspire to be like you. So what are the things that you're doing to try to talk to some of the other young coaches out there?
Yeah, I mean, I always tell people that tennis is a team sport. And when you look at today's game, the teams are large. Serena was like the first one to have the chef, the physio, the masseuse, the dog walker, right? Everybody, right? And so when you look at people who reinvested in their success, so you win, you make money, you take some of that money, reinvest it, and now everybody has a big team. I mean, you can't even move around the site. The locker room is full. The player dining is full. And so I just encourage coaches to take that approach, because even at the junior level, you see a lot of people holding on to students, trying to be the guy and trying to like grip them like they're their child, and it just doesn't work that way. We've got to become a sport that invites people into the process, like football. They got offensive line coach, offensive coordinator, defense. And so I think when you bring more ideas in there and drop your ego to put the player first, then the player benefits, the sport grows, and it's just, you know, it's a team sport. And so in my best years with Sloane, we had a great team. It wasn't just me. We would go in the lobby over a drink, and we would look at film, we would write notes, and we would argue back and forth. And then we would say, okay, now who's going to deliver the message? right? And they say, okay, she listens to you the most. You know what I mean? So I became the pseudo guy. I became the one that stood in front of his lawn and got the eye roll. Nobody else wanted to get the eye roll. But I never made it about me. It was always about how can we help her win so we can all get paid, right? And so when you take that approach, I think that's what I try to encourage the coaches, the younger coaches, is don't think you have all the answers. You don't. I call Zena every day and ask her about this. And
Literally.
I call Billie and ask him about that. And sometimes I totally disagree and I throw what they said in the garbage. And sometimes I take from it what I can. You know what I mean? But just be open to feedback. So that's what I want the younger generation to learn.
Well, and we laugh all the time because when we were coaching Taylor, it was kind of the first kind of two tandem, and he would actually, I'm like, you got this young guy with this old soul, but he would always really listen. So that's great advice for the young ones coming up.
Yeah.
What mentors did you have at school at Whitney Young Magnet High School in Chicago and also at Florida A&M? You were a terrific player in your own right as well, but who kind of led that charge to say, maybe I will transition after corporate America? You were running, right? You founded Access Tennis Center, right, at the time where you were still in corporate America to now prospering on tour as a coach.
Yeah, so in high school I had great coaches, Lamont Bryant, Ron McDaniel, Tyrone Mason, who really poured into my tennis. Yeah. And then when I got to FAMU, I had a great coach and mentor in Dr. Carl Goodman. Okay. He was actually a PhD professor of pharmacy, was a head coach of the men's tennis team in his spare time, but he really helped to develop me as a man and really brought the team aspect. And so I did a bunch of internships here in New York City with Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. Wow. And I had a great boss there, Bob Pongrak, who was a former military guy. So he really instilled some discipline. I had a chance to work for the first black VP of Pfizer, Forrest Harper. And again, he was an ex-military guy. And so it was literally walk in there with your blue suit and your white shirt and your tie is always there. Your shoes are always shining. And so they helped me become a professional. And then when I decided to move back to Chicago, I took all that training back there. And honestly, I was working, corporate America full-time job, but I was bored getting off of work at 5 o'clock. It was like, my mom was like, knowing this house, I wasn't used to getting home at 5 o'clock. I'm used to going to high school, playing tennis, having to do homework. So it's like, what do I do now, right? I didn't drink alcohol at the time. I do now. But
at the time.
Yeah, so I just started coaching in the park. It was like, hey, I can give back. I was charging $15 for tennis lessons. And just really enjoyed it, built some great camaraderie with the students. And then they all got really good. We had like 4 state champions in a row, and I was doing this part-time. I was using my vacation days to take kids to Super Nats in San Diego and, national indoors. And then, luckily when I had a chance to work with Zena Garrison, we were traveling, and I was like out of vacation days traveling. So I had to kind of either become a full-time coach and quit corporate America or just focus on corporate America. So I chose to take the plunge and become a full-time coach.
Thank goodness he did,
How was this dynamic between you two, Z?
Well, you notice I don't get a word in, but anyway, no, that's just a big joke. No, the minute I saw him and we talked more and more, that we spent the time together. I mean, I always tell him I'm one of his biggest fans because he is not just a coach. He truly believes in forming a balance for an overall round court player. And that's one of the questions I want to ask you is, how much have you seen the dynamic for a young player coming up change? Like when you started with Taylor, and then I know you've done some work with Clavie, and, so how have you seen things change?
Well, been really lucky to be on the court with some really gifted players. From Monica Puig was a very gifted player, Sloan very gifted, Clavie, Taylor. And they can do everything. They may not like to do everything, but if they get in a tough spot, they know how to play defense in a variety of ways. And I think, if I had to build a tennis player from scratch, I'd build a defense first. I'd teach them how to use at the bottom edge of the racket, learn how to chip, learn how to volley, learn how to do the things that make you uncomfortable, right? Because the only job of your opponent is to make you uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. There are not a lot of people on TV playing tennis that just miss, unless you make them miss and you put them in a bad position. And so if you teach the kids how to struggle through learning how to slice and serving with a continental grip, you don't teach these full Western grips and so these limiting technique, then you get athletes where then you add the hours behind the proper technique and they become great. I do believe that some people are really talented and oftentimes are limited by the technique. And so you try not to create a ceiling for any player. And I think the way this game is headed, how fast the ball moves now, you have to really have great defensive skills. You'll always learn how to keep 10 balls in a row down the middle and bang balls and you know, that kind of thing. But I think if you can't play defense, then you're going to do it. And now I encourage all the parents, invest in the footwork now. Because we historically in tennis do not get the greatest athletes.
Yeah.
Basketball gets them, football gets them, and we kind of get the leftovers. Yeah. But now the game is athletic. And so I encourage people to start with the agility, the Pilates, all the footwork stuff, like right now.
Well, last year at the U.S. Open, and you were doing some work with Clavi, and I gave me the opportunity to get to just kind of mimic you around. One thing that I noticed, like, the world has changed, all the things that they have to do. And then you're asking them to go out there and practice. And to me, I was like, you're tired. And so how would, if I had a young player that's coming up now, how do you manage all the stuff that happens off the court?
Yeah, I think confidence and self-esteem is one of the things that tennis players really need and they struggle with. And so a good practice could be taking away the phone the week of a tournament. Actually,
you might get slapped on
that. I know, right? I know. It's like their lifeline. It's like you drew blood from them when you say take the phone. But like staying off of Instagram. It's no way to hide from the comments. And I think people pretend that it doesn't get to them, but players have publicly come out now and said how the comments and all the hate mail they get online. And so back in the day, me and Zena were like, yep, you got to give us the phone. And it was like, oh, my God.
You can do that now.
You know what I mean? Now they can't do it. But I would encourage, that's a good tactic. And then even with the management of this environment, you know, tomorrow, Friday at noon, no more interviews, no more suite visits, no more signings. You know what I mean? Like, just focus on the tennis, like 2.5 days before your first match.
How does someone like Serena, Federer, Sloane, how would they deal with it? When you were working with Sloane and she won the U.S. Open here, how does she deal with it? Because they have a lot of things coming at them.
Oh, yeah, it's a conversation between us and the agent. At the end of the day, it is the coach's job to manage the event. You got to monetize the event for the player. But I got to manage the event, and everybody makes more money when the player wins. And so during this week, I get veto power. You know, I get to say, you know, no to the interview Friday at 2:30.
You hope you get the veto power.
Well, when we win, I have the veto power. When we struggle, it's because I don't. And so I think everybody's on the same page in terms of how to manage the schedule, what to say yes to, what to say no to, when to schedule it. And if it doesn't fit, it just doesn't fit. You know, and I think that's the part when you think about the brands, the Serenas, the Ben Sheltons, all of them, they work as a team. But ultimately, the coach should say, hey, here's what needs to happen for the tennis. And it is a little tug of war between the coaches and the agent and the team. But I think at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. And, I mean, this is like year 10. Right, year 10, there really isn't any more tug of war. It's kind of like, all right, we know the drill now. So we got to get this, and get over it.
I have to ask you, before we get more in depth in the next segment about where Sloane's at going into this year's U.S. Open, there's final round of qualifying going on around the grounds here in New York. So, come out, what is the mindset, the rigors, the hardships going through the players' mind mentally and their team? Sloane got through qualifying at Roland Garros this year.
And Australia.
And Australia. Okay, so what are the players and their teams experiencing right now, today and tomorrow, trying to punch their ticket to the main draw, just like Sloane had to go through?
Oh, man, they are going to be so tight. Well, I mean, there's a huge financial difference. So a lot of people in qualifying, I mean, the slams is where they make their living, right? So you think about, you know, if you make it to the main draw and you even lose first round, you make $100,000. There's a big difference between last round qualies and then first round of main draw. And so, you know, I think that they all have momentum and they all know the opportunity. And so hopefully last night they just encouraged the player to be brave. You know, don't be tight, don't be passive. You know what I mean? Don't focus too much on defense. Try to go for it and manage your emotion. And I think that's all you can do. I think sometimes, you know, you get here and you try to let the player lose the match, and I think that's the wrong mentality. Like if you want to be in the main draw, go for it, right? And so I think that's the best advice I could give them. And also, coach, sometimes coaches undercoach. Like, you don't want to say too much. You don't want to make them nervous, or you want to let them figure it out. And in my experience, assume they're nervous, assume they're not going to figure it out, and help them as much as you can.
Do you like all the coaching changes now that the USTA has? The coaches are allowed to speak to the player, and how much that has changed since 2017 when you guys lifted the title here.
Yeah, I feel like it always happened.
Okay.
Right? I feel like
it was happening.
It was happening,
Oh,
right? I feel
Yep.
like back then, you and your player had to have great nonverbal communication.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you had to give them a look in practice so that when the match happened, you know what this look means. Now you can just come out and say it. You know what I mean? So I do think.
Well, some of them even have signs. I mean, you just
Yeah, you tell them why, right? Serve to the body.
Tap your hat.
Tap your hat.
Yeah, different things.
I think that for the player, it's harder because sometimes you can coach so much, you take them out of the match. You take them out of the flow, right? You tell them to serve a serve that you know will work, but they don't have, they're not comfortable doing it in this moment. So now I try not to overcoach. I try not to use it against overcoach. I try to also not have her lean so much on me as well, where you can't play because now you want me to narrate the whole match for you. You know what I mean? A lot of times I say, serve the serve you can make right now. I know you're tight. Serve the serve you can make. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I try to not insert myself. You know what I mean? It's very hard to do, but I think that's the best thing.
Well, and it's interesting because I have called him before and say, dude, your face, like, I need not, you need to bring it on down. But you have to tell the story about your son, who's a great player, that he has 2 kids that are growing up. You have to tell them about coaching, like how well Grant coaches.
So, my youngest son is just tennis dumb. He sleeps with his tennis racket.
How old is he?
He's 9 years old. He knows how to take my phone, get on the WTA ATP app, and check and see who. Every morning before school, he checks and sees who won in Beijing, what was the score, that kind of thing.
That's awesome.
And, when my players lose, he always tells me, you need to do a better job of coaching. You know what I mean, even we were in Cincy last week. And I took him to the Venus and Serena doubles match. And, Venus was about, and they spent some time with Venus, and they love Venus, right? And so Venus was serving on match point. He says, please just kick the ball in. I mean, this is literally in the moment.
A 9-year-old.
He's like, please just kick it in, right? And then she didn't kick it. He said, oh, she's gonna double. It's just amazing. But it's from being around people like Zena and Sloane and Billie and just having so much of it. But he holds me to the fire. He says, you need to do a better job coaching, even when he loses. He was like, you need to do a better job. I was like, oh, it's all my fault.
I love that. We're just getting started with Kamau Murray and Zena Garrison here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're going to take a quick timeout on day 5 of U.S. Open Fan Week. Continue the awesome conversation after this. U.S. Open Radio, again, presented by American Express.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
With Faye Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Day 5 of U.S. Open Fan Week. Dave Leno with Zina Garrison, joined by Kamau Murray, famed coach, founder of Excess Tennis Village in Chicago. Hot off the press, everybody, for those watching us nationally, international, on ESPN Plus and YouTube. We welcome you here to our set adjacent for the fan experience. Draws came out, and Coach, it looks like Sloane Stephens. You know her opponent going to be for the first round?
Clara Towson.
Wow. What do you think of the matchup?
I think it's a good matchup. I think in the first round, everyone's a little nervous. No matter, even if you seed it. You see even the past U.S. Open champions really have some hairy matches in the first round. And so I would take this one. I mean, you know, it could be worse, right? There's no really easy matches in the first round.
Sure.
Because even if you play a qualifier, they've got 3 matches under their belt. They're confident. And so I think this is a good match. They're all tough, but I think, you know, Sloane likes this venue. She's been playing well. You got a couple days to prepare, and, you know, I'll take it.
Well, it's funny. We've been talking and we've been watching a lot of the qualifiers. Like, qualifying here was tough. You have some of the older legends or people just have been injured. They're coming in trying, and then you have a lot of young ones. So, you know, I think this would be a nice place for Sloane. And like you said, everybody is nervous in the first round. I don't care who you are. From the first seed to the last seed, you're still nervous.
Still nervous.
So it looks like here in front of me that they haven't played professionally on tour against each other. But for Sloane, round of 32 in Cincy, second round in Toronto. You mentioned qualifying at Roland Garros and also the Australian Open. Where is she at right now mentally and physically into this U.S. Open as a returning champion?
Well, you know, last year she was injured.
Yep.
So she did a lot of commentating, which also is good because it helps you watch.
By the way, I think she does a fabulous job as a commentator.
And it makes you watch tennis.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
Which is never
Did
never
she
bad.
watch tennis before?
Yeah, she watched tennis. But it makes you watch it at a different level because you got to comment on it. And then this year she's healthy, and she's, you know, played a full schedule. I mean, we even went to Evansville, Indiana, and played some 100Ks.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, a lot of people, you know, you see Vika didn't go and play Australian Open because she didn't get the wild card. So a lot of people who have won slams, who have been top 5 in the world, it takes a lot of humbling to go and qualify, right? So, and to actually qualify. And so for me, that is a good sign, and I think it should build a lot of confidence. And humility is never a bad thing for a player, and I think having gone there, accepted the challenge, and won, I think we're in a good spot.
Now, I'm going to go there with you. Some people don't know this, but I'm going to let them know today. Kamau is like a racket guru. Knows everything about each little Tell us about, why are you such a nerd with the racket like that?
Well, you know what's funny? The joke is I don't own a racket. Every student I teach, even my little kids, I always play with their racket so I can kind of feel what they feel. And I just, you know, having grown up, I had to always string my own rackets. I experienced with the lead tape. I started putting silicone in the grips before that was even a thing. You know, it was just, I had
He's really a nerd.
I got a scale in my facility, so we go into it, even with the strings. You know what I mean? I've really kind of been into that. And so, you know, for my players, I liked if the ball's a little too short. I'll play with the string tension without even telling them. They're like, this year, last round, Quads Australian Open, I strung the racket 2 pounds lower. And then match point, she says, did you play with my racket? I said, I sure did. Right. She was like, did you string my racket different? I said, I did. She's like, okay. You know what I mean? It was like, if she had lost, it'd been my fault. But I was like, don't worry, I got you. So I think, you know, there is a difference. You know what I mean? You have to capitalize on the technology. So I just, you know, I'm looking for every advantage to help the player, watching the ball, watching the player, the ball response to the racket, for not getting enough depth, enough spin or whatever. So you always have to be getting better in this sport. And sometimes it's hard to make your forehand better from last week to this week. So you got to be trying to improve in other areas.
And I'm giving away one more of your secrets. You got to give us a little bit about your data thing. He's been doing this data thing way before people start really, you know.
Yeah, so my degree is in finance. I have a master's in finance. So I work for Pfizer. I did some auditing for a Big Five accounting firm. And so I do believe.
So you auditing players now?
Yeah, so now I audit the players. And then, tennis players are very famous for, I don't do that. I didn't do that. That's not what happened. But when it's in black and white, the numbers are there, there's no dispute. So I found it as a way to not have a back and forth with a player, right? I can just put the data in front of them, and you can't dispute it. So I find that keeps the arguments down, keeps the camaraderie up when the data's there. So, now I do less arguing. I just say, well, here it is.
Would you, if you were coaching Inside Ash now, would you look at like the iPad, the tablets in front of you, like the real-time data, and relay that to the player? Or do you prefer to look at all that stuff after?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dare. I mean, even when they had, I remember Miami Open 2018, she was playing the final against Ostapenko, and they split sets. And I forget who was coaching Ostapenko at the time. He came out there with the tablet and was basically showing it to the player. And I was like, don't worry about it, we're good. And I walked off, I was like, 6-1 third set. When you have that, it doesn't really tell the whole story. For me, watching the match, I'm more
you're
concerned.
a natural computer.
I'm a natural thing. I mean, if the serve is like second serve percentage is low, I may look at it between the first and the second and say, she's not making any second serve, step up. You know what I mean? I may do something like that. But for me, I'm looking at the flow of the match, the tempo. Are you playing too slow? Are you playing too fast? Where's your court position? Sometimes the tablet doesn't necessarily help that, but I'll never yell out a percentage. You know what I mean? I may use it to say, hey, she's not making any first serve, step up. You know what I mean? I'll use it that, and I really would condense it to make it very simple.
So more of the eye test.
Yes.
Sid.
Yes.
You got the analytical mind, as you said, and all the technology, which I certainly love that you dissected there. So a couple more minutes with you before you get back to your busy schedule. We appreciate you spending some time with Zina and I and everybody watching and listening on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. What's the schedule like now for those listening around the world that have no idea how a player gears up for a main draw, and also a returning champion where there's a lot off the court like you and Zina dissected as well? So what's it like over the next couple of days before you find out when you play?
Yeah, so luckily in America, we get the court times we want, and we get the courts we want. So today we were fortunate to move the schedule up and get 9 to 11 practice before the rain came. Rain came just as we were finishing up. And then tomorrow I'll probably do the same thing. You try not to be on site too long to get drained by the site. And hopefully tomorrow is the last day you have all your sponsor stuff and that kind of deal. But, we'll try to, do first half of the day so you can get home and you're not exhausted by people hugging and kissing, and you try not to shake too many hands so you don't get sick. That's one of the things that I can name 2 or 3 slams where we had a really good draw, playing well, healthy, and got sick or got bed bugs. And so that's one of the things that we try to manage here. And so we try to get in and get out, get back to New York, have a nice dinner, get on your feet, or get off your feet, and then, I said, so we'll do 2 hours of practice every day from now to the time of the match, and then try to get home and, go get your boba tea, go shop, go window shop. She and I often, we do a little bet like, hey, if you win a tournament, I'll go half with you in a Birkin bag kind of thing. You know what I mean? So, she'll go shop and find a bag she likes, and I may draw a little carrot out there. You know what I mean?
I love that.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Are there, lastly, 1 or 2 spots you got to hit up every time you're in New York?
Well, I'm not that big of a foodie, but she is. And so during the 2 weeks, she's in charge of the food. And most of the time we eat at the same place for 14 days in a row. She's
Most players love the same place.
Semi-superstitious. So that one I take an E on, right? I'll control the court, you can control the food, and we're good.
Okay.
I love that. Well, best of luck to you, to Sloan, the entire team, and it's great to see you. And congrats on all you're doing in Chicago as well, how you continue to grow the game just like Zina does in the Houston area. We love you both for what you do for the great game of tennis, and good luck here.
Thank you.
US
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
That's Kamau Murray with Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Letta. We'll return. We'll get you qualifying scores, all that and more on this Day 5 of Fan Week. Next on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest, and book now at ihg.com.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show.
Second serve is good. Caboli right at her. Volley's good. Caboli back in another volley from Svitolina. Caboli forehand right at Svitolina. Volley good. Caboli forehand again. Svitolina back in. Caboli goes now to Monfils, who takes it up the line. What a clean winner from Gail Monfils. Svitolina up to the task.
New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries.
Muhova back into an Andreeva forehand crosses is a good one. Muhova can't come up with it. And Andreeva and Rublev have stolen this second set from a breakdown, 5-3, and a match tiebreak now to decide a spot in the final.
And we know spectacular awaits us all.
So the crowd rises to meet the moment. Menchik serve out wide. It's an ace! And they've done it! The Czech duo of Jakub Menchik and Karolina Muchova, their first Grand Slam titles in a match tiebreak over Bencic and Caboli. 6-3, 1-6, 10-6. Karolina Muchova and Jakub Menchik, your champions of the 2026 U.S. Open Mixed Doubles.
The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular? This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Just heard a moment ago the talented play-by-play voice of our very own Mike Cation crowning the champions, Karolina Muchova and Jakub Menchik, their first Grand Slam titles for each of them, prevailing in a match tiebreak 10-6 over Kaboli and Belinda Bencic. Welcome back on our Day 5 coverage of U.S. Open Fan Week on this Thursday that started out rainy at 77 degrees, a little overcast, a little sticky here in Flushing Meadows, New York. Delightful to have you with us with Zena Garrison. I'm Dave Leno, Mike Callow on the ones and twos. And Zena, I want to start right there with that mixed doubles championship presented by Vital Proteins. And Menchik and Muchova, we called a couple of their matches in their first round and also the quarters, and they're now Grand Slam champions in mixed doubles.
Yeah, Menchik and Muchova, I mean, that was incredible. I must admit, I fell asleep a little bit in the tiebreaker, but I woke up right at the right time. They have been just all doing this entire tournament. They were playing extremely well. They were color coordinated. I think I mentioned that to you earlier.
Yeah,
I love
did.
their uniforms. Yep. You know, they came out, they were actually ready to play, but they were just so solid at the crucial times. They were just right in there. And we all know Muchova for her beautiful volleys, and she was just right there. But Menchik was just, they were just beautiful, just playing like two tunes going together perfectly at the right time.
Yeah, congrats again to the USTA with the new format. I know everybody has differing opinions, and that's okay, right? And what I loved, just personally, I think, Zena, you would agree, is that on Monday of Fan Week, they had a qualifying round to get into the main draw Tuesday and Wednesday into mixed. So there were more players given the opportunity, more double specialists to see if they could advance into the main draw. And I think everybody is on board, at least, that it was a lot larger of a field.
Well, I'd just like to say to the USTA for just continually trying to find a way to, you know, some of those emails or things that they were getting, they basically put that to a wraps. Like, you can't, I mean, giving the opportunity to those doubles players and then to have the tournament that they did. We sit here, one day I think I watched for like 5 hours, but I said to you, I just loved it. It was so exciting, and from point to point, we got those tiebreakers, you know, and it just was, you couldn't take your eyes off of it.
No doubt, and you and I called, like 3 match tiebreaks a couple days ago. In fact, Muchova and Menchik saved 2 match points in their semifinal match that elapsed 1 hour and 23 minutes against Andreeva and Rublev. Again, 2 match points there. So had quite the resiliency, and in the end, won in a match tiebreak, like I said, 10-6 in the championship, and first-time Grand Slam champion. So congrats to them.
I mean, you know, being first-time Grand Slam champions, I mean, it's just something special about winning with someone, you know, for the first time, and being mixed doubles, not even doubles, but mixed doubles. That's just very special.
Want to get some score updates on this Day 5 of U.S. Open Fan Week and the final round of U.S. Open qualifying on the men's and the women's side. Just as a storyline, we start with 128, the field of 128 on the men's and the women's, and that funnels down to 16 men, 16 women punching their ticket by the end of the day on Friday to get into the main draw. First score update for you is that Qinwen, who missed last year's U.S. Open and the 2026 Australian Open due to injury, she actually had a loose piece of bone floating, Zena, in her right elbow that restricted her to a pallid 32 matches on tour last year. She is up in her matchup right now, up the break 4-3, trying to close out that first set against Pridankova. That's over on Side Stadium 17 right there. So we'll see a player that won Olympic gold at the Paris Olympics, if she can prevail and get back to a main draw here at the U.S. Open where she's gone far before.
Yeah, just the thought of having a bone loose in your body, and then now you're here in the qualifying, fighting to get back into the main draw. But what stood out for me was, you know, an Olympic gold. I mean, she is, you know, to want to do that, you got to love tennis, first of all, but more than anything, she wants to get back on top of the stage.
We'll see how Jung will do there to try to close that out. She does have a game point to go up 5-3 against Elena Pridankina, who fell in the final round of qualifying at Wimbledon to Claire Liu. Been in a slew of 250 events on the WTA Tour in Romania and Germany prior to the U.S. Open. She got through qualifying at Roland Garros as well, but then fell in the first round of the main draw. And this would be, and I feel like it has to play into the psyche of the player, it would be her first U.S. Open main draw appearance for the player Jung is playing, Pridankina. So I know that has to be on the forefront of her mind. I want to get a men's score as well, Zine, on court number 5 right now. Jacob Fernley, the 4-seed in qualifying, captured the first set 6-4 over Rodionov, and right now that is on serve in the second set right now. Yuri Rodionov is currently 143 on the ATP Tour. Fernley, though, has never been in the U.S. Open main draw.
Oh, wow.
So he's on the cusp of one of the British players to get in to the main draw that begins on Sunday.
And you said a little bit that it does work on your mind, too. I mean, and you know it, and you just have to tell yourself, don't overplay, don't underplay, you know, but you do have to go up there and go, because you never know if you don't get there ever again.
Yeah, Fernley went to the second round of Wimbledon this year after outlasting Alex Mickelson in 5 sets of the All England Club. Again, he's had reoccurring rib injuries, which I feel like has been a theme a lot throughout these players that we've seen in qualifying. Grigor Dimitrov, who we'll see later today in qualifying, comes to mind. Qinwen, as well as I mentioned with the elbow. Remember, Fernley had a decorated college career at TCU, helping to lead the Horned Frogs to their first NCAA title back in 2024. Also a couple indoor titles as well in 22 and 23. And Zena, that's also a storyline at the U.S. Open where we have a plethora of players that dominated in college. Mackenzie McDonald, another one that will play later today, a decorated player at UCLA. And they're trying to have at it here in qualifying and also in the main draw.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact that, you know, that a lot of these young kids have an opportunity to go to college and, you know, be themselves, find themselves or whatever, but more than anything, build up on their tennis career. And it's just a way to find and then come out and play and see what you can do in the professionals. And more, especially in the men, it really has been prominent. We've really seen that. I think like Isner and people like that kind of really help. Because for me, for a long time, I thought a lot of kids were going to these, you know, to different academies, and they weren't quite getting their schooling. And then they tried to get into college. You didn't, so you had to play professional tennis because their schooling, it wasn't up to par. You didn't have the grades to get in. So now I love the fact that they are at least looking at that as a possible avenue and putting a little bit more focus on your education first, if that's what you need.
Yeah, and I certainly love that, and that's what our guest Kamau Murray does, especially to the mission statement right off their site with the Access Tennis Village in the south side of Chicago, serving not just like the high-performance players, but the underserved youth as well, and also not just tennis programs, but academic programs, and that could lead one day to playing college tennis. I see that a lot in the Philly area, also with the NJTL, USTA's mission statement with their foundation, just marvelous. So Fernley, the TCU player going up against Rodionov, born in Germany but reps Austria, got through qualies at Roland Garros. Zena, he fell in the first round there. He also lost in the Madrid Challenger on clay as well. And Kamau hit on this, and I know you know this better than most, is I know not a lot of fans think about the money factor, but some of these players that are grinding it out right now and qualifying here at the U.S. Open, it's a big payday for them and their team, so that they can get to the first round with the more money added to the prize pool. First round match would get them $140,000 if they get there into the main draw.
And I think a lot of people don't realize, you know, they hear $140,000 and they think, oh my God, they just made that. They don't realize that they might even have to pay that back to someone. You know, it's $140,000 for a lot of these quick paychecks, but the money that it costs to develop a professional tennis player or just a good D1 player is astronomical. It's a lot of money out there. So you might make a lot of money, but you're going to spend a lot of money, and you have to keep making that money. And the reason why, because you got to keep up with your development. You got to, like you said,
you're reinvesting. Right?
You're reinvesting into yourself, you know, from the way you eat to, you know, taking care of your body. All those things come into play.
Yep. With Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno, U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. We appreciate everybody tuning in to see us behind the scenes internationally, ESPN Plus, also on YouTube. You can hear us traditional radio, U.S. Open app, usopen.org, the official website of the U.S. Open, and tune in next week. We'll also be on SiriusXM for the start of the main draw. One of the guests that we had yesterday was the Canadian, although born in California, Carson Branstein. Right now, she's dueling with Robin Montgomery. That's on court 11, Zena, right now. And the update there, Brandstein took the first set 6-2. Montgomery has the break in the second set. So we'll see. Robin Montgomery, who suffered a wrist injury last year, kept her off the tour for 10 months after making her top 100 debut. I know you know the player. You've seen her in person as well with Jordan Lee the other day, right? What do you think about Montgomery trying to mount this comeback over Brandstein, who's trying to punch her ticket into her first main draw at the U.S. Open?
You said the first set was 6-2 to Carlsen?
6-2 to Brandstein.
Yeah, that was, I thought it would at least be a little bit closer in the first set, but so it'll be interesting to see. But one thing, as we talked to Carlsen yesterday, one thing, she was determined. She's a very, you can hear that in the way she was speaking, the way she was talking, all the things that she's gone through. And as you mentioned, Robin has gone through something as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how that comes out.
Yep. So again, the first tournament for Brandstein, the Canadian player, since she had the injury, the shoulder injury sustained after the Australian Open, so hasn't played since then. And as for Montgomery, coming off of the wrist, but Montgomery did win her first title in the Netherlands this year, so props to Robin Montgomery.
Yes, props to her. I actually had a chance, like you said, to actually see her yesterday. She looked in good form, so, you know, but it's interesting, too. It's so many factors. Like today, it's the weather is not great.
Right.
You know, you're thinking about it's the last round of qualifying. How do you handle the pressure of knowing all that? And that's the thing I love about tennis is no day is the same.
No, it's not. Look, in full transparency, when we all came onto the grounds, and I think the USTA would tell you the same, that the weather was iffy.
Yeah.
And it was pouring as we came on the site about an hour and a half before we came on the air at noon Eastern time here in the U.S., and it was looking a little dicey as everybody was coming on. Everybody's got the ponchos, the umbrellas, the rain jackets, and play at one point was not going to be before 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. But credit, I just want to give credit to the facilities crew here. They tried the courts, ready to go, and tennis is ongoing here in the third round of qualifying.
I love that. When I heard you tell me that we had some matches on the court, I'm like, yes, it might be iffy a little bit on and off, but hey, as many matches we can get on, that's going to be better. But as for playing in these type of situations, it's who handles the pressure the best when things aren't exactly the way they think they're supposed to be.
And Zena, speaking of pressure, we've seen a slew of young Americans in the mix as well, as young as 16, 17 in qualifying. One of them on the female side on court 12 right now, Giulietta Pareja, lost the first set to Stefanini of Italy 4-6, but Pareja on serve there, 1-all in the second set. We'll see how she will fare in that matchup. Montgomery again is up the break in the second, 4-2 over Brandstein. She's trying to force a third set as well. Zena, the hot off the press, like we said with Kamal a moment ago, the draws came out. I just want to hit on the story of where Sloan is, since we had Kamal with us in that top half of the women's single portion of the bracket. That's in that Sabalenka quarter right there. But we also saw on the seed lines there, Taylor Townsend in the mix, Sloan on seed line number 19 with Clara Tolson. What do you make of all those players? I see Marta Kostyuk in the mix there, who's had a fabulous 2026.
Well, immediately when I looked at the draw and I started going down the names, and it's like, oh my goodness, that top half is so strong. It's just unreal. And you start looking down, and then to the first half of the draw is just, there's so many amazing players in right there. And just looking at this right now, I would say that you're going to get the winner out of this top draw.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that quarter.
I mean, you should. You never know with tennis, but you should. I mean, they have some amazing players there.
Yep, that quarter where Sabalenka would have to run through an eventual matchup against Wimbledon champion Linda Noskova, and I saw her practicing when I came onto site on Sunday, and she looked really good inside Armstrong.
Noskova's there. You got Pegula.
Yep.
You got Mahova. You know, Sabalenka. I mean, it's just, and you know, it's just. I mean, and Dana Snyder, I've been watching her. She's been playing really well. She is starting.
Another player, by the way, to come through college.
She's starting, yes. Yep. And just, I love the way she plays. She plays whatever she needs to do. Complete player, but she just has this, you know, she's not very tall or anything like that, but she just digs in and she really, like, gives you her all.
Yeah, so can't wait to see that. I want to pick up the action, if we can, with our crew inside Stadium 17. Let's see if Zheng can win. Zina can close this out right now. They're in a deuce game here, 5-4, tail end of the first set, with Zheng Qinwen, Paris Olympic gold medalist here, against Elena Pridankina. Zheng Qinwen with a good motion here. Deuce side wallops it in, blocked back by Pridankina to the right of the chair, but misses Zina. And it's a set point for the 14th seed in qualifying here for Zheng. Set point number 3 to be exact.
Yeah, Zheng had a great serve there, and she is definitely a seasoned player and is going to know right now, serving, having those balls in her hand. She's going to try to hit a lot of first serves, but more than anything, she's going to be being very intense on just what she needs to do to come out of this game.
Here's Zheng, a former world number 4, 5 career singles titles, and rips an ace right down the tee to Zina's point and takes the opening set in the final round of qualifying, 6-4.
It was nice to see that serve right down the tee, beautifully placed, but looking at her coach with a big smile.
Yeah. Well done by Zheng Qinwen, battled all the injuries, and great to see her back here at the U.S. Open. We'll step aside. More to come. Coco Gauff, 2-time major champion, won this title in 2023. Roland Garros in 2025. She's practicing around the grounds, and a slew of our top players also as well. We'll continue all that and more on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more, all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Get down, everybody. New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights.
Aryna Busta 1 point away from leaving the competition. Volleys into Shelton, who has time on the ball, will put the backhand pass away. Then Shelton wins the battle of the former US Open semi-finalists.
And for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The US Open, spectacular awaits.
Welcome back to our Day 5 coverage of U.S. Open Fan Week with Zina Garrison, Mike Kello on the ones and twos. I'm Dave Leno here on this final round of qualifying commencing today and tomorrow and this Thursday. I am told that some bad weather is coming in the area right now. Play is still going on throughout qualifying, Zina, but we'll have to see what happens with the weather right now because it's hitting Trenton, New Jersey with all that rain and coming towards Staten Island and maybe for us.
Yeah, when I was looking at that, when I was looking at the news earlier this morning, and it did not look good at all. And it's never good when production walks in here and shows you.
That's true.
Shows you the weather.
So at the top of the hour, I just want to tease this, that we're going to get our U.S. Open theme artist for 2026. And that's Eugenia Mello, who was born in Argentina and created all the art celebrating the history of our New York story, where the U.S. has had this long history over 100 years with the U.S. Open and New York. So I can't wait for us to talk about Eugenia, how she was selected and all the art. I actually saw her painting a live mural yesterday just outside of Stadium 17.
And you didn't come get me?
I think you were busy probably on the air, and you were actually, let's just bring it up. Yeah, I know we were going to talk about it a little bit later, but you were on Tennis Channel yesterday talking about your docu-short, right, the Xena Effect. And how was that experience with all your friends with Chanda Prakash and company at Tennis Channel?
It was really, really nice to be up there. And, you know, Chanda and I back in the day had a little podcast thing called Game Set Chat.
Okay.
So it was nice to kind of be up there and kind of feed up her. Prakash, it was just wonderful just having the opportunity to talk about how this all came about. And I can't say enough to Coco. Thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to speak my voice, but also to talk about a park that has meant my entire life as far as tennis, McGregor Park in Houston, Texas. And it will be closing as I know it since 10-year-olds.
Really?
Since 10 years. Yeah, they're going to redo it.
Right.
So,
you mentioned that the other day.
So, but the great thing about it is I will always be grateful to Coco and for having them to come out there and film that. And so I would always have that footage. But it was nice. The Tennis Channel gave it a little shout out.
and they should, Xena. So to see more about the decorated career of my colleague Xena Garrison on the Tennis Channel app, Tennis Channel's linear station as well. You can watch her docu-short that's about 9 minutes long.
Yeah, it's
9
about
minutes
9
long.
minutes long.
Check it out. Don't want to miss it about Xena Garrison, all she does for the great game of tennis. Executive producer Coco Gauff in conjunction with iRock Media. So, Xena, I know you're highlighting some of the draw before we go to break and welcome our guest closer to the top of the hour, Eugenia Mello, here at the U.S. Open. So we talked about that one quarter of Sabalenka Noskova, a possible matchup in the quarters as well, and even into a semifinal, Pegula and Muchova. So we already see Muchova win mixed doubles. That could be a matchup. Same with Andreeva and Coco Gauff, Swiatek, Rybakina too. So we got some heavy hitters on the women's side. Some folks may say it's wide open. Do you feel like more your prospect on the women's side? Do you think it's the chalks or top players going to get through? Or do you think there might be some surprises?
I think right now, looking at this draw, I think it's going to be one of those U.S. Opens where it's the seeds are gonna hold. Now that hasn't been recently, but I just think for the women, more and more of them are seeing the opportunity that this could be their chance. And someone like Jess, I mean, can you imagine if she finally pulls one through here? And she's just been right there on the cusp. I thought she played extremely well in Cincinnati. Coco just had an amazing day, but you know, I think this top half is somebody in that top half, I believe, is going to win the tournament.
I'm looking at the seed line right now, 79 and 80. Xena, Ashlyn Kruger against Amanda Anisimova, U.S. Open finalist last year to Sabalenka. Also a player I know that you're keeping an eye on throughout this tournament, Iva Jovic on seed line 81 against Magdalena Frech of Poland. I'm curious who's going to prevail in both of those two matchups later on throughout this U.S. Open. Iga Swiatek against Wang Xingyu, Coco Gauff against Sunmiz of Turkey. That's a matchup on seed line 95 and 96, respectively. Froden of the United States will go up against Elena Rybakina on the bottom half on the women's singles side. So a lot of action going on around the grounds. Want to get some updates before we go to another break here. Zheng Qinwen has won 40 points in the matchup here. She took the opening set 6-4 over Pridankina. That is over inside Stadium 17. I mentioned the Jacob Fernley match. He captured the first set 6-4 over Rodionov, the 21 seed. Right now, they are on serve in set number 2. Fernley on the cusp of making it 4-all right there. Knudsen and Gordazzi right now are battling on court number 4 in a women's qualifying match. Knudsen took the first set 6-4. They're at 3-all in set number 2. Wendelken of Great Britain against Gulbas. That one went to a first set breaker. Gulbas, the 14th seed in qualifying on court number 6, captured that first set in a breaker. They're on serve at 1-all in the second. Finally, Coleman Wong, the 2 seed, who made a run from qualifying into the third round at the U.S. Open last year, Xena, over Dusan Lajovic, 6-4. Coleman Wong captured set number 1. He's up the break in set number 2. Wong on the cusp of moving into the main draw like he did last year.
That's always interesting because if you've had a great year, or not a great year, but if you've had a good time at one particular tournament, like he would have had last year, then that helps motivate you. And then you also have all those points that you need to be trying to, get there and defend as well. So that's always, whatever it can take to motivate yourself at that time helps you out.
I got to ask you because I'm looking at it right here on my screen. How about this matchup? Two players getting a wild card in the main draw. How about Venus Williams against Sophia Kenin, Australian Open champion?
You are kidding me.
Yep.
Are you serious?
Serious.
Oh, my goodness. It's going to be a good one.
Yep. A first-round matchup?
That's a first-round matchup, but also with all of the, I believe Venus is going to consistently be Venus. She's going to go out there. All these matches people are talking about, why is she still getting a wild card? She draws people. Let's get over it. She brings people out to watch, to play. But then you have Sophia Kenin, who has won a Grand Slam before.
Yeah.
What are you can't ask for a better matchup with two Grand Slam champions.
Well, and you bring up the wild card point, and we have to mention before we go to break, Stan Wawrinka getting that wild card. Patrick Kipson withdrew. Stan gets the last spot. I know that was controversial. He didn't get the wild card. He was posting on social media. He was in New York. He thanked everybody publicly on social media for all the great times playing at his last Grand Slam. He hoped here at the U.S. Open, and guess what? He's in. He's going to play in the main draw here at the U.S. Open, which everybody's revved up for.
He's in. And guess what? One-hand backhand. Come on, Stan. You can do it.
Yep.
I'm excited that he has the opportunity to get in. I do believe he probably should have got in before.
Okay.
Just because 3 Grand Slams. And then in the era that wasn't easy to do. The era that he won those Grand Slams in, he was literally, probably the 4th player to win Grand Slams after Roger and all of them. So
he was in that era.
You have to give it to someone like Stan.
And guess what his prize is for getting the wild card? Who he's going to play?
Who?
None other than the hard-hitting Italian Matteo Berrettini in round 1. What do you think of that? That's going to be popcorn entertainment.
Entertainment. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah. So can't wait for that. And we're going to keep dissecting as the afternoon rolls along with this Day 5 of Fan Week on both the draws that you can see if you're watching us on camera on ESPN Plus and YouTube right off the press. Going to step aside, and when we return, we're going to have an award-winning artist, Eugenia Mello, who created the theme art, the big poster that you see advertised every year at the U.S. Open. Our conversation with Eugenia is coming up next, right here on U.S. Open Radio, proudly presented by our friends from American Express.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows where to be this summer. and what to wear.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to Day 5 of our U.S. Open Fan Week and the final round of qualifying here at the U.S. Open Tennis Championships with Olympic gold medalist and tennis icon Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Leno. We're pleased to be joined by award-winning artist and the creator of this year's theme art celebrating our New York story, Eugenia Mello. Eugenia, thanks so much for joining us today.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, well, we love that, and we love what you do. I just want to tell our audience right now that unfortunately it's raining again on the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. So the players on the 75-degree early afternoon, just past 1 p.m. on the east, are called off court right now. We'll continue the final round of qualifying and our broadcast of that in a moment. But Eugenia, delighted to be with you. I'm so fired up to read a little bit about your background in your Brooklyn-based studio, a native of Argentina, but I know you lived around Costa Rica and Venezuela as well. First, I want to ask you, thank you. First, I want to ask you, how did you get involved with the U.S. Open? How did maybe the marketing teams get a hold of you? And how did this all come to life?
Oh my God, the most exciting way, and as everything, slowly and then suddenly, you know what I mean? First, I got an email from the marketing team over here at the U.S. Open saying, very mysterious. I didn't know, I wasn't, obviously, I wasn't sitting down expecting it. And it said, you know, we've chosen you to do a pitch for us, to pitch for the U.S. Open theme art this year. So I'm the kind of person that doesn't get excited until things are like set. So I was like, oh, okay, that's fun. You know, like that's exciting. And we had 2 months to make, to come up with ideas. And it was 3 ideas each. I didn't know who the other people were, obviously. And I always assume it's going to be the most amazing artist also there. So I was just, you know, just trying to chill, calm down and think of something. I had a month and a half, and then I sent my first ideas in, and then it kind of got the ball rolling. But that's how it started.
And by the way, Zina and Eugenia, your theme art is right here, which we're going to get into about the colors and all the imagery and how it relates to all the 5 boroughs. But Zina, go ahead.
Take us back. Like, when did you first know that you were creative, or your parents knew that you were
Oh my God.
art? Like, I like to know that because I'm very creative and I love creative people, and immediately you just blossom as a creative person.
So I've always, all my life have loved art. So I've loved art of my life, and how it's all started is that I used to paint when I was a kid, like a lot of kids paint, and I also danced, which I really loved, and I moved around a lot. And I'm an only kid, so you have a lot of free time when you don't know anyone in a new place and you're by yourself in your home.
So for folks watching us, Zina, right now on ESPN Plus, all around the world, also on YouTube, you can hear us on US Open Radio, the app, the website, tune in as well. What was the concept and inspiration when they said, okay, let's see what your pitch was, and how different is it from the final product?
Yeah, so it's a great story because I mean, so I had to come up with those 3 ideas that I sent the first round, and one of them was this one, and it's actually, you know, I was just trying to think. I'm always thinking about motion and movement, and that's just very elemental to my work because I loved dance, and I think when you're an outsider most of your life, you observe people move a lot, like you just kind of on the margins looking, so I was just trying to think, like, through that lens, how I could see the celebration of New York and tennis. So I try to put myself where we are today, even though I had no idea, like, how to really do that. But I try to put my whole body, like, present there, and I tried to listen in that imagination. And so I was thinking about this idea that it all starts with this sound, like, doom, of the ball, and then the creaking of the sneakers on the court, right? And then suddenly it all explodes, like bah, and everyone claps. And it's been happening all week while I've been painting it, and I've just been smiling like, this is exactly the vision. Like that small ball turns into all this sound, reverberate, like noises, like music. And that same sound that started at this court becomes the city and becomes the 5 boroughs and becomes the skyline and all these dots that first were that ball become the people around it, right? Like all these people. And actually, Yayoi Kusama just passed today, but she was a huge inspiration. It was today or yesterday. She has a lot of work with these dots, and she made me realize that, this idea of infinity, like we're all connected. All those dots, are people, but they're also the lights of the city, and they're also the stars at night, and they're also the fire that I've decided is burning bright in the Statue of Liberty. So it's an idea of being present and the oneness of all of us experiencing something together.
I totally get why they picked you because you
Absolutely
just made me
beautiful.
feel like I'm in New York. Like when I feel like when I live. No, really, when I feel like when you first get off the plane, you step into New York, it feels like wow, man, it's just all
it's
coming
alive,
and the noise and then. Do you play any? Have you tried tennis yet?
So the very short story of my tennis career started when I was 7 years old and ended when I was 7 years old. but I played, and I just was telling some other reporters that that I used to play tennis, but I didn't. I loved it, but my tennis coach was like, "You don't know, you don't run. You're like you're lazy." I mean, I think he was trying. That's what I was thinking he was trying to say. And then this year, right before I got this email, I had just run the marathon. So I was like, finally running. Like, I did
and
run.
You're not lazy if you ran the marathon.
Lazy.
Wow. And how was your time?
Yeah, well, my time is not athletic time, but
finished.
It's regular. Yes, I finished in 5 hours. It's
nice.
It's like respectable. I respect myself.
I think most people can't run marathons, so I've run 2 half marathons. Look at me. I mean, I give you props.
It was amazing.
If I could run 2 half marathons, anybody can as well.
It's all these sports events and the people that just come together, and there's so much joy, and I've just it's been amazing. It's just so amazing to be a part of it.
The colors that, I've read your background and how all of the colors that they pop right off of this theme art. And it often takes me back to, every time I visit DC, I try to go to the National Gallery of Art. Now, the beautiful portraits and paintings from some of the world's best artists in history. And I feel like this just really belongs in one of those corridors there. And I really mean that when I say Zena actually pointed this out a couple days ago.
Yeah,
remember everybody go ahead. Everybody's taking pictures.
I'm walking by Armstrong Stadium, and I walk past it, and I was like, wait a minute, I see this flash of color. And then I notice people are stopping, they're taking pictures, and then it's beautiful, right on the steps. And it's and I just thought that was so amazing that the USTA is just art is all over. And
art is all over. And you know what?
Love it.
That's really been one of my biggest takes from being here and being painting live and experiencing people enjoying art as part of this event. Not saying, oh, why is she why is she painting? We're here to watch tennis. It's part of it is completely woven in. People see it.
Yeah.
People look at the art and say, I love the colors, which is, of course, something you can say, but they don't need to come and say it.
Yeah.
I feel like they must feel something. And that response, that appreciation for art is so important in our lives because it's such a power forward. It's it can give joy. It can give a sensation of, also I was saying to myself, I'm this was pretty abstract. It's not so easy to see the Botanical Garden or the Staten Island Ferry. And I was just talking to a friend I made. I think he was 80 years old. And he was like, that's the globe.
Wow.
That's Manhattan. That's the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is the ferry. Yeah, of course that's the ferry. And right by it is the Brooklyn Bridge. And he's like, it's the blue, it's that idea that you can connect with artwork, you can see yourself in it. I mean, I'm lacking words to say how much that means to me, but how much that means to all of us. Art is really, it's very, very important. It has been my way of expressing and kind of giving order to my life and my own, like, feelings. And I'm sure I know it because I teach and I know it. It gives it to other people. And but it also is amazing that it makes other people experience it too, and it makes them connect to this place even more. Like, I don't know, like people are like, I bought the shirt, I bought the bag. I was like,
no, it really is. And actually, on my phone, I was walking in today and I took a picture as I was coming in. Didn't even know that you were going to be here today, but guess why I took the picture? Because I immediately went to the colors, and then it made me a gloomy. I'm one of those weird people. I'm like, gloomy day, I need color.
Yeah, and you know what? Color shines brighter on gloomy days.
Are
so
you
like,
serious?
because I was like, I wanted to take pictures today. I'm like, oh, like I really like sun, and then I remembered that, and it's like, it's good when it's a little less bright because the colors even shine brighter. So yeah, and I mean, that's just amazing. I mean, that color I've been painting it, so I've been with this artwork for nonstop for the past 4 days. And the vibration is what I wanted. It's like, it's vibrating.
You know what I'm loving out of this conversation with her is the fact is you can feel the people loving it too.
Yes.
And you can see it over your face.
Oh,
I'm so excited for you. And so this is just a wonderful moment. And suck it up. Love it.
I'm trying to expand, I'm like really opening up so it can fit because it's really so beautiful. I didn't even think, I feel like I'm silly because I didn't think about the fact that I was going to meet all these people. I actually didn't think about it. I was like, oh, I really love painting.
It's just starting. You're going to meet way more.
It's just been amazing. It's been amazing to be part of people's stories. I was kind of like, it was a hypothesis, but now it's a reality. It's like, I've been hearing people's New York story, and people come here every year. I'm so incredible. Like, people, 14 years, 20 years, I come here every year.
And from all corners of the world, too. And your positivity and your artistry reverberates all over the grounds. I want to tell you that. And I could see the colors, and I read up on how, like, all the bright colors, like, inspired your background from Venezuela and Costa Rica. Yeah. You're a native of Argentina, right?
And I was born in Peru.
And you were born in Peru. Okay. So who did you root for in the World Cup? For
Argentina,
football or soccer, right?
Argentina.
I'm sorry about the final.
I understand. I want to forget. I was there. I was actually at the stadium. We won tickets. Can you believe that?
So you're at the you're at the Spain-Argentina final, right? Not too far from here, right in the Meadowlands, right at MetLife. And okay, what was your experience like?
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
You won tickets. How did you win tickets?
Give us the whole story.
So my partner had been like really, she's like, I want to get tickets. I want to get, because after we won the England match, we were really pumped up.
Wow.
That was kind of our final.
That was a big one.
Was kind
you
of
held
our
off Harry
final.
Kane in that matchup.
Oh my God, it was really amazing. I mean, and it meant so much, to all of it. It's really hard to explain how much football moves us. Like, it's like really something that brings us together. And so we were like, okay, so she's like looking for places to win it, and it's all, there's like, comment here on this Instagram, comment here on, just like for tickets. And then suddenly a friend of hers finds these Airbnb put out these like weird thing that you had to find the right place that had a Shiba Inu in the like a profile picture, and then some other pictures inside. Lots of plants in the place. Had to be in a 30-mile radius of the whatever, and if you found it and you booked it, you got tickets.
Oh my God, like a scavenger hunt.
It was a scavenger.
Yeah. Wow. But it's
it was weird though. It was like really like I would have never even tried to look for it.
I know Argentina lost, but you loved it?
It was amazing. I mean, and up until the first 5 minutes of the game, it was incredible.
Yeah, I know. Then the red card and things, so we can go on and on.
And then it was,
But you're having an amazing year.
It's been amazing.
To win tickets, This is
We
the
won
biggest win
tickets,
that
yeah.
you're having. You're here at the
And
US
then
Open.
here, we're here. I'm going to be at the opening on Sunday. I'm like really excited.
It's going to be.
And you're also, and I told Zena this before you came in, and I think I actually was saying this to you, that I saw you painting amid fans on your mural outside Stadium 17, which is like behind our set. We're adjacent to the fan experience at Louis Armstrong Stadium. So what's that like? And I saw a lot of people, like you mentioned a moment ago, approaching you as you're.
Yeah.
So are you recreating this? Is that what you're doing over there?
More or less, yeah. This one, yeah. The
Wow.
poster is a little bit, it's horizontal. Yeah, it's this one, but it just has the US Open on the top.
Okay.
Yeah, been painting, and it's just been so. Yeah, I mean, just that what I was trying to say before, that just people understanding kind of that it's a human being that made this art. That now that it's finished, I'm sad because some people, we painted the letters, like the celebrating our New York story.
Yep.
Me and my friend Shin was helping me. She's not here today, but we painted the letters. You know, it was really hard to paint those letters, and people are like, "Did you? I thought that was a computer that printed it." I was like, "No,
way.
it's a human being." But it's I again, I can't like highlight enough how it's been amazing to see that people value art, that they feel like it serves the purpose that I feel like it should always have space for, which is it holds them, it makes them gravitate towards it, it makes them remember that they're here, that there's someone that they can connect to, that is telling their story. People learn this story. People have been coming up to me and saying like, "Oh, I know what this means. Like I know that that's the chord, and that those are the sounds and the movement, and that's the city." And like, I mean, that's just how I work. Like, I wasn't thinking that it would also mean to them that that's how they connect to it.
Well,
but I guess like it's all been like.
I think we're in a time right now. People are looking to express themselves,
Yes.
and art has always been there.
Absolutely.
And I think young people are starting. You know, you're young, but young people are starting to appreciate being able to express in a lot of different ways.
And it's important. It's important to hold those spaces because it's actually a form of resistance. Because if we turn our power of expression to machines, like there's a lot that's lost there that I think that we don't realize so much. But it's been great to see that people actually do care. Like they are impressed by it, that they want to be a part of it. So many people asked if they could also paint, and I was like, next time. Sorry.
So what advice do you have we have a listening audience from around the world also watching us on ESPN Plus and YouTube, for their son or daughter, or maybe if a youngster is listening to us that wants to get into art and aspires to do something like this, but maybe is a little apprehensive, what would be your advice to them?
Well, I've been saying it. I met so many kids. I want to keep their privacy, so I'm not going to say their names, but I learned it. I learned the names. So many kids like to paint, and I've seen it in their faces, and some of the parents have told me like, "Oh, like she likes to paint, but she doesn't know like, you know, that this can be something." And she's looking at you, and it's like it can be something. And I was like, yeah, if I can be here for that, if I can be here to tell you that this is something that you can do, that you can like make a living out of it, that if you insist and you work towards it, you can be part of something. You know, you can make a way for yourself. Like, you know, you can kind of walk your walk and make your journey. Like, I mean, yes, I'm here. You can do it. Like, that's what I've been telling them. Like, you continue drawing. Like, you continue painting. This is a possibility. I feel like some parents are like, don't tell them too much. They're all going to be artists now. I'm like, yeah.
Just
like,
don't be art on your parents' wall.
Exactly. Just like keep it on the canvas. But
so what's up next for you?
Oh.
Are you just going with the flow?
I'm going with the flow. Yeah. I mean, I just had a really big project with the Bronx Botanical Garden, which is why actually the Botanical Garden is there representing the Bronx, is because I was working with them on this like idyllic project as well, and I have a show there. Like it's kind of like I'm part of the exhibition, and they made so many nice products, and it's nice to be also, you know, products are like, it's a way to be with people, you know, like it kind of. Yeah, so it's been great, and now I'm gonna be making
you gotta
some.
do this.
I'm
That
gonna
is
be
so,
making.
So cute.
So yeah, so
That's
you
like
know,
adorable.
This is my friend has a new embroidery startup business, and It's called Number One Embroidery, and it's number one custom embroidery. I have some cards here, and they're in Brooklyn, and they just started. And he's also an incredible illustrator. He was my student actually, and he helped me do this because I wanted to wear something to celebrate while I was painting. And I was like, I'm gonna do my dancer.
Now, is this the paint?
This is the paint. This is not. This
Okay,
was not
you need
embroidered.
to put that away to go to the. That's so cute.
It's beautiful.
She has a little paint that's on her, so I wanted to know if that was the paint.
That's the paint. That's the paint. That's the paint.
This is the one that's going to go in the museum.
This is
So you came to the U.S. 11. Oh, both are fabulous. You came to the U.S. 11 years ago to pursue a master's at the School of Visual
Yes.
Arts. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that experience like for you? And
That was-
coming from overseas here to the United
That was
States?
a life-changing experience. Yeah. The reason I came is because the year before I came to do a residency at the same School of Visual Arts. They have these residencies that are amazing. It's called like illustration as practice or something. And I got to meet this man that used to run this master's called Marshall Arisman. He passed, but he was a really incredible man, and he made me realize that it took me some years to fully come to it, but to not speak the 5 hours that I said I was going to speak out there. He taught us to draw what we know. And it took me, I mean, I understand that sentence is pretty clear, but I didn't understand until many years later that drawing what you know is drawing what you love, which means insisting on what you love, finding it, searching for it, because sometimes we don't really know. And then going forward and like insisting on it and finding and making it grow and making space for it. And so like it's actually really meaningful to be here today because, you know, like there's a lot of projects and not all the projects are so in vein with what you are kind of working on. But this project is so much part of what I've been developing, and this thing that I love that is like observing movement and kind of sitting and seeing how life is like alive. Especially when you're like, you know, you've been to a lot of places and being outside, you know, being an outsider and a new person in a new place. A lot of times it's like you kind of sometimes you get down or something, and so like this idea that there is something that can always fire you up and make you keep moving. So finding a way to for a language for it was completely derived from that program. So anybody that wants to study illustration, School of Visual Arts, Masters in Illustration, go for it.
Well, Eugenia, thank you so much for your time. There's no doubt you capture New York's diversity, the complexity, and the energy, the heartbeat of this city, and that's exactly what you are too. Congratulations on all your work and the success in your career.
Thank
and
you
the
so
flow,
much.
I just love the way it's
got
just
the
flowing
flow.
out.
That's it.
It's moving. It's moving. That's
it's
all I
moving.
wanted. I mean, and thank you so much. It's been amazing. I'm very grateful. I hope to see you again.
Yeah,
sometime.
please come back. We'll be here throughout the tournament, so please come back. Don't be a stranger.
I'm going to say hi from the other side.
Please do.
Please, because I want to know by the end of these 2 weeks
how it
all
feels.
you can feel all the love and how it feels. So you got to come back and tell us.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Have a great day.
You're welcome.
Very
That's
nice to
Eugenia
meet you
Mello.
both.
We appreciate you stopping by here on U.S. Open Radio. We'll be back right after this with much more from qualifying. Play is halted, by the way, around the grounds due to the rain. So more on the main draws just came out, more of Zena's thoughts and much more. Coming up next, U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at IBM.com/US Open.
Every day brings a new challenge.
pushing for that extra mile, grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyt's science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyt, science of hydration.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks ending 7/6/25.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest, and book now at ihg.com.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
With Fage Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Fage with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Fage to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Fage yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health services provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
New York knows the spotlight. the highlights, and summer nights. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Just past 1:30 here on the East with Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Leno with engineer Mike Callow. Play will not begin before 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It is raining around the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. However you're listening on the ESPN app, if you're watching us, and also on YouTube and ESPN Plus, or also on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org. Tune in as well. We sincerely appreciate it. Welcome to our radio coverage with our entire hardworking team. With Zina, I'm Dave. Zina, we've been looking up and down the brackets that they came out about an hour ago, and we talked a little bit about the women's side. I just want to hit on the men's side right after this point. I just want to give a shout again to that fantastic conversation we've had with Eugenia Mello and the beautiful artwork that's still behind us right now on YouTube and ESPN Plus.
Yeah, I just basically, sitting in this seat, become just these young people. They're expressing themselves in so many ways, and as she was talking about her art, and we're sitting there listening, and you could just feel her vibe, and she was so excited for being here, and she was totally feeling the love, and I feel the love when I look at her artwork.
Yeah, you said you took a picture of the mural right when you walked in
morning,
today.
And I had no idea that I was going to have a chance to
That was a harbinger for having her come into our studio here. So great stuff. And again, congrats to Eugenia Mello with that artwork that's all over the city, all on social media. She's painting a live mural adjacent to Stadium 17, like I mentioned in our conversation with Eugenia. So we dissected the women a little bit in the main draw in singles. How about for the men? And I want to focus on the guy that's trying to defend his championship here, in Carlos Alcaraz, of course, coming from the wrist injury. It's kind of a brutal draw for him. He has to face Roman Safiullin first, who has beat him previously and has had a good run in 2026 on tour. But moreover, Zina, could end up as quarterfinal matchups if Carlos keeps going against one Arthur Fils, who was victorious in Cincinnati, or Ben Shelton, and then a potential semifinal matchup if Carlitos keeps going on with Novak Djokovic, Daniil Medvedev, Francis Tiafoe, or Brandon Nakashima. I think that's brutal here for Carlos coming back to the tour.
If you can see your face, I'm agreeing
I know.
with you. But yes,
right?
Absolutely
It's
brutal.
A lot of hard matchups.
That is, if I'm a coach of Alcaraz and I see all those players in there, I am about to literally have a heart attack. And, watching him play with Serena the other night, you can tell he's still very rusty. I thought his movement wasn't there. A lot of people will say, oh, his strokes or whatever. I normally go from footwork to, and then that happens to what happens with your strokes. He didn't look that clean, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a draw that I would want to see.
No, not at all. I want to give you a couple of big matchups, I think, for first-round matchups on the men's side. Lorenzo Musetti against Arthur Ferry, obviously that big run that Ferry had at Wimbledon. That's one that sticks out there. Someone's given us a heart sign there, and I love you. We love you right back. We appreciate you tuning in on U.S. Open Radio as fans are coming adjacent to our set here into the fan experience. So if you see us on ESPN Plus and also on YouTube waving to people, that's because they're behind the glass there, which we appreciate that. How about this one? Casper Ruud against Cerundolo. I'm told seemed like they play often against one another on tour, so that's going to be a big one. And how about for Francis? Francis against a young American, Martin Dahm, as well. I'll tell you, that's going to be a heavy-hitting matchup. One that maybe is going to get a lot of people revved up for. Andrei Rublev against Marin Cilic. That's going to be a big one. Ben Shelton against Grigspor. I feel that's going to be a big one for Ben Shelton as well in round one. These are terrific matchups here in the first round.
Well, as we were speaking earlier when Kamal was here, it's these draws are getting tougher and tougher and tougher. And we were talking about first rounds are tough. I don't care who you are, what you're playing, how long you've been playing, what you just won. Nobody wants to lose in the first round. No one.
For sure. Also, Stan Wawrinka, I mentioned this in one of our prior segments, going to face Matteo Berrettini. Again, Wawrinka getting that late wild card in the main draw against Matteo Berrettini, just like they faced off against one another at Wimbledon this year.
When you told me that, I was just like floored, as we had just heard some thunder. That is going to be a thunderous match.
It's reverberating in our set right here.
It's going to be a thunderous match. It's going to be a match that, everybody's going to want to be there and sit there and watch. I'm so excited that, Stan got in, but that's going to be a good one.
Speaking about the American male players, and Taylor Fritz comes to mind. We talked about Shelton, Tommy Paul, the list goes on. Lerner Tien climbing up the ATP rankings right now. Was at 15, I believe he's 12th on tour right now. What's your prospect there of the American men trying to make a run and get another guy back into a U.S. Open final? I know a lot of folks are centered on, what Djokovic can do. Can he get another Grand Slam title to 25 under his belt? Carlos Alcaraz trying to defend the title. But where do you think the American men are at coming into the U.S. Open?
I think they're starting to believe that they can go deep, believe they can go deep. And I thought that was the first step. And the more and more of them that have the opportunity to go deep and to see one another have that opportunity, we're going to get one. I'm just hoping it'll be this year. But you didn't mention one person that I was talking about is Brandon Nakashima.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Brandon, I thought, played so well in Cincinnati. He played well the week before that in, was it Toronto or
Montreal?
Montreal.
Yep. And he has a tough matchup. I'm just looking out on the fly here against Sebastian Baez. Nakashima coming in as a 16 seed.
Nakashima has a new coach. I think it's Wayne Ferreira, right? And
former coach of Francis, right?
Former coach of Francis, former player.
Yeah.
But just his game, just the way he all of a sudden he's really just become very solid. The forehand has gotten very, very solid. He's getting more confidence in it, even hitting some winners off of it instead of just making it. I think we're in a good place to finally get a champion. I think we got to get through those first. You got to get through those first couple of matches. That's all the thing. If they, first couple of matches, third round, then we can really start talking about it, because I think we're going to get one.
And then you're going to see a couple of guys trying to come back from injury. One of them, J.J. Wolf against Alexander Bublik. That's going to be some heavy hitting on whatever court they play on. Arthur Fils, speaking of thunderous hitting and serving, against Stefano Tsitsipas in a round one matchup.
Let's talk a little bit about Arthur Fils.
Please, go ahead.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I love what he said after he won, and that was, it's more to come. I mean, and the minute he said that, I just literally got the chills. It's like, he just basically put all of us on notice that he's not finished yet. This was nice. He won his first 1,000. And most champions, or the greats, I should say, they're not afraid to say what they're trying to do.
Yep. 32-11 on tour this year. Right now, 11th on the ATP Tour. Beat Francis in the final that you mentioned. Had to go through Caboli in the semifinal. Tarante in the quarterfinal. De Minaur as well. Fils reached the quarters at the Canadian Masters 1000 in Montreal. He lost to Hodar, who I think's another player, played in college, has a big pedigree. He's killing it right now on tour in 2026. So look for Rafa Hodar as a player to watch out for. It's a player, in fact, that Arthur Fils lost to up in Canada and also in D.C. at the D.C. Open.
Well, and I want to go back to, you mentioned Djokovic, because I didn't want to go over him. Rainy day like this, go on and watch. He has his documentary, something The Wolf. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I watched it a couple of weeks ago, and like him coming into this tournament, like he always has something to play for. And I think he's better when he's a dark horse, like really a real dark horse. So he could be one to watch as well.
What do you think, how far do you think Joker can go here at 39 years old?
I think the draw has to play out, but I think he can go very deep. Quarters, semis. I think semis. Yeah, that's what keeps coming in my head.
It's called The Wolf of Winter.
The Wolf of Winter.
Yeah, it is the documentary title there for Novak Djokovic. And let's see if he can go far at this tournament. That's one to keep an eye out for. Hodar, by the way, I mentioned him a couple moments ago. facing a guy that's battled a lot of injury, Thanasi Kokkinakis. Hodar coming in right now as the 12th seed. Musetti against Ferry is one that I'm looking at the draw right in front of me, reacting in real time. Zverev. How about for Sasha Zverev? Going to face Lorenzo Sonego, the Italian, who also has put up some pretty good years going back to last year, even this year on tour. Sasha did it finally at Roland Garros.
Yeah.
Do you feel like he can make another deep run here at the U.S. Open?
I think he can. I think he finally got that one behind him.
Yeah.
And so, and I don't see him as being a person that just wants to be a one-time wonder.
That's fair to say.
Yeah.
I know we touched on this a couple of days ago, but I flash back a lot to that 2020 final between Sasha Zverev and Dominic Thiem, where they both got the yips with their serving, got so tight, where there were no fans at the 2020 U.S. Open, unfortunately.
Nobody to help
due
push
COVID.
them on.
No. And Dominic Thiem outlasted him in a fifth-set tiebreak to win the title. But the metamorphosis that you've seen from Zverev from that point all the way to now, I feel like it's night and day out there watching him play. You're not seeing as many double faults from him.
No, he's just, his whole story is amazing to me. He's diabetic, and sometimes I sit there and when I watch him and, he's checking his blood sugar and everything, it's just amazing that he's able to be such a great athlete that he's been. It's phenomenal. And he's very gifted. I love watching his dad on the sideline.
Yep, for sure.
His dad is very animating. But Sasha is a complete player. I believe his volleys are finally getting better. Did show up in the mixed doubles, but they are getting better.
Another storyline, 2019 U.S. Open semifinals, also been a quarterfinalist here, Grigor Dimitrov. He is into the U.S. Open main draw because, Zina, he was supposed to play today, but unfortunately, the player he was supposed to tussle against, Otto Virtanen, withdrew.
Oh, okay.
So Dimitrov moves on to the main draw through qualifying at the U.S. Open.
What is going on with these, these players that have been there, have gotten injured, had weird situation like Dimitrov and Stan gets in. Dimitrov gets in for, unfortunately, somebody withdrew, but still, hey, he didn't have to play another. He gets to save himself for another match.
See Giovanni Petticott. He's going to play a qualifier or a lucky loser. The same with Jakub Menchik, who won the mixed doubles crown with Muchova as well. We'll step aside. We'll continue to break down the draw in real time on both the men's side and also the women's side as well. Play is halted around the grounds. It is raining here in Flushing Meadows, New York, so play has stopped for the final round of qualifying. More to come right after this on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit USA.FAGE for even more irresistible ideas.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the US Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the US Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the US Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your US Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the US Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the US Open since 1978.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the US Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights, and for sure how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Welcome back to Day 5 of U.S. Open Fan Week on a rainy Day 5 here on this Thursday in Flushing Meadows, New York, in the United States. With Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leto. Mike Kello on the ones and twos is our engineer. Unfortunately, it is raining around the grounds. Play is halted. There's a not before 2:30 p.m. pickup time to qualifying, but we'll have to wait and see how the weather shows up later on this afternoon. So, Zena, I ask, you've been part of it as a famed player and coach. What goes through the mindset of the teams now that they're on the cusp of making the main draw, especially for the players who are out there? We can see the screens in front of us. There's a ton of scores out there, but play has stopped. So what's going on with the camps and the players right now during this break?
Well, right now, as the coaches are trying to figure out how to keep their players, calm, keep them warm, keep their routines going, going over some of the things that they saw during the match, the ones that are ahead, trying to get them not to think too far ahead, the ones that are behind, try to figure out how to catch up. So it's a lot of plotting going on right now.
So the draws also came out for men's and women's singles earlier today. If you're listening to us with the Amex radios or online, go to the usopen.org, the official website of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, or the app to see the live draws. Of course, on social media as well, the U.S. Open on X2 to see the live draws. Zena and I have been reacting to them. And Zena, you and I have dissected in real time. There's a ton of great matchups in that first round on the women's side. We mentioned Venus, Sophia Kenin on the men's side. You got Berrettini and Wawrinka, and there's so many more.
Yeah, we've been dissecting it. Let's see how much of it would hold. But it is one truly exciting U.S. Open men and women's side because we really don't know what's going to happen other than I believe it will be exciting, entertaining, and some of these older players that have been out there that have experienced history before, I think they're going to be trying to make some history.
Yep. So again, we're live right now on the U.S. Open app, U.S. Open website at usopen.org. Also tune in worldwide, and you can watch us behind the scenes on ESPN Plus, the ESPN app, and also on YouTube. We've had a lot of great guests come through our studio here adjacent to the fan experience. And earlier this week, during Fan Week, we sat with one of the USTA's very own for the marketing department. Zena and I here on set at Jason from the Fan Experience, presented by American Express and Louis Armstrong Stadium, are pleased to be joined by the USTA's Managing Director of Pro Tennis Marketing and Entertainment, Miss Nicole Cancan. Nicole, thank you so much for coming back at US Open Radio.
Hi, I'm so glad to be here.
We're delighted to have you yet again. I remember talking to you in prior years. And Nicole, I want to start out with all the records that the USTA sets with Fan Week. What's different, though, after 239,000 fans came through the gates for Fan Week last year? How did you build off that experience into 2026 campaign?
It's really amazing to see. You know, when we started this back in 2017, wanting to give more accessibility and really grow Fan Week, I don't think we even imagined it reached this level. But this year, Fan Week is now full 7 days of entertainment. We're still, you know, focusing on the content, the tennis content, right? So the fact that you can come see the qualifying tournament, you can see all the players practice. The mixed doubles championship was a huge hit last year, and so we'd love to see it coming back. I mean, having Carlos and Serena playing later on today is huge, and we see a lot of fans coming out here for that. But we continue to build on the content throughout the week. So we once again have collaborated with Marvel to create a US Open themed comic book. This year, it's all about Spider-Man. Yes, that's it.
It up to our viewers on ESPN Plus and YouTube.
Spider-Man, of course, is huge right now, and it really ties nicely with our theme this year. So the theme for the 2026 U.S. Open is celebrating our New York story. It's all about really embracing, you know, the city where we call home. So much of what we know and love about New York City, the grit, the passion, the excitement, you find all of that in the U.S. Open as well. So there are a lot of different activations that sort of tie to that, and the Spider-Man comic is a great indicator of that. What's really special about the Spider-Man comic book, we're giving them out free throughout the week of Fan Week, but every day there are 1,000 copies in a blind bag that has one of 5 different unique covers, each representing the 5 boroughs. So we've seen lines around the site for people wanting to get that, but it's really exciting. And it's what's really great, again, about Fan Week, it's all for free. The one thing I should remember to stress is that this year, what is different is that you have to register for Fan Access Pass to get onto the grounds. But it's still, again, our focus to maintain that this is a free and accessible event to attend.
Well, being an older player, I want to say the marketing, and I remember way back when you know, everybody would come in here, and it's kind of the changes that you guys have made has been amazing.
Thank
you. What I love more than anything is that even if you don't know about tennis, you know about the U.S. Open and you want to come out. But I still got one thing. For those people, we need to teach them how to keep score.
I know,
so we need
exactly.
to put it on a cup or something, or walk around, or a little board.
You know, that's such a good point, yes, right? Because we do have a lot of people that aren't very familiar with tennis and are just using this as an entry point to learn more. And so educating them, I think, is really important.
The Arthur Ashe Stadium is going to look a little bit different, right? Probably a lot different with an $800 million project that's going to be culminated, for the 2027 U.S. Open. So fans listening to us now that are coming here, what can they expect and what changes are on the horizon inside Ashe and also the players area adjacent to the practice courts?
Yep. So we're very much still in the midst of that transformation. There's definitely some areas that are sort of work in progress in Arthur Ashe Stadium, but it's going to be spectacular. And we've got a lot of information on the website, too, so you can see some of the renderings and what it potentially will look like next year. And we'll have new premium hospitality spaces in the building. There's much more space that's going to be on the promenade level as well. So new concessions. It really will be a spectacular experience. And so we're halfway through there, but it should be great 2027. But it won't impact anything. Like, you'll see the sort of in progress, but it really won't impact your overall experience.
So how do you go about picking your theme for the following
I know.
year? You guys have done such an out there Gibson last year with the burrows this year and the artwork.
You got any ideas?
Yeah.
No.
Trust me, you don't want to ask me because I'm Miss Theme over here. I love themes, but no.
I love that. Yeah, no, I mean, we are starting to think about it for next year. So I think, you know, I'm not going to spoil any secrets just yet, but we are thinking about it.
Curious I call this a pseudo event, one of the largest events in the world. How do you put together all the different performances every year? I know there's some returners, but usually like one of the the Chinese dance that wishes the
Oh,
tournament
Yes.
a good
that
luck.
was
Zena
awesome.
said
Yes.
you
Yeah.
took that in
Yes.
like we saw
It
last
got me
year.
going. I started moving.
There's always like a military day that really
Yes.
it really is very impactful as well. And you're also getting kids that are coming in here for the first time and seeing their eyes wide open, they're lit up
It's
with
so
their
great to
parents.
see.
And you're getting fans from all around the world. How do you and your staff put together all the different acts and all
Yes.
the activations that we see on the grounds?
Well, again, I can't take credit for everything across the site. There's so many teams. When you mentioned some of like the Chinese lion dance, and it really is our D&I team, Marissa Grimes, which I think you'll be having on
Yeah, I think
as well.
we've had her on
Yes,
before. Yeah.
right. And so her team has really taken and run with our Be Open campaign that we launched several years ago. That's all about celebrating different audiences here at the U.S. Open. I mean, the sponsors, I think, have really embraced, their activations to engage and deliver on U.S. Open fans, right? U.S. Open fans come here with the expectation that they're going to have a great experience, and I think everyone believes in that. We have a vision, mission, and purpose that's rooted in delivering spectacular experiences, and so we all really believe in it and live it.
So let's get that scoring so we can capture them for tennis players.
We
and
do,
they know what
yes,
they're looking
yes,
at.
exactly, yes. So we're going to educate them, and then we do, look at sending opportunities to people that come on site, like, hey, you came here, you love tennis, here's how you actually can get out there and play.
Great.
I love that. And is there, from your position, I'm always curious, is there like a best kept secret, in your opinion, at the U.S. Open? Fans are
It's
rushing
called
maybe
a secret for
I
a
know,
reason.
exactly.
But if you could share it with our audience watching and listening from around the world, if they're going to make a trip for the first time to New York, is there a place or two that they need to check out that maybe you and your team have worked on?
Oh my gosh. Well, like I said, this year with the theme and having different visual displays, that we've kind of tried to spread them out so that you've got over here at the main gate, also over by Court 4, we've got a really cool display of the artwork. Yeah, I don't, there's so much happening all throughout the grounds. This week during Fan Week, we have the Fountain Plaza stage set up, and so every day we've got players appearing there. We've got different podcasts that are appearing on the stage, and then different performances, like you just mentioned, are up on the stage to really have a diverse, varied experience and to entertain the.
We appreciate Nicole joining us, Zena, earlier this week. Fascinating conversation, a lot I think everybody can appreciate around the world tuning into us right now. A lot goes into putting on this major event.
Yeah, it really does, and they just seem to keep getting better each and every year, and just keep, I think it has to be listening to what the great things that they've already done, and also just pushing themselves to keep moving forward and to keep trying to be the best.
Yep, for sure. So congratulations again to the USTA, everybody in marketing, Eugenia Mello, who tuned in as well, for the beautiful theme art that you see behind us here for those watching on ESPN Plus and YouTube, as we get ready for the main draw here at the U.S. Open. We're going to take a time out as we're just past the top of the hour here on the East Coast with Zena Garrison. I'm Dave Leno. We'll continue to peruse through the draws that just came out on the men's and women's singles side. Qualifying is halted right now in the third and final round because of the rain falling here in Flushing Meadows. Our conversation continues right after this on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the US Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the US Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your US Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
The USTA Foundation brings tennis education, mentorship to young people in under-resourced communities, preparing them for whatever life serves them. Visit USTAfoundation.com. That's USTAfoundation.com to learn more about how you can help support their mission. Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. Day 5 of U.S. Open Fan Week on this rainy Thursday. Unfortunately, Zena, play has halted around the grounds. We were calling a slew of qualifying matches in the final round of qualifying, but right now play has stopped, so we're continuing our conversation around the marketing of the U.S. Open, the draws on the men's and the women's side. But, you know, you and I love the missions of what the USTA Foundation does. I know it hits home with what you do in trying to serve youth in your Houston community.
I literally was just thinking about how old I am, because I remember when they actually started the USTA Foundation, and I have loved what they've done and continue to really help grow the game of sports, but more than anything, giving back to underserved kids. And it's just always been absolutely amazing to know that, you know, our sport is, you know, a lot of times they're like, oh, it's just a rich sport, you know, but USTA Foundation and other foundations have done a great job of taking it to everyone.
Well said. Speaking of kids, a couple youngsters in the main draw. Jack Kennedy, the Kalamazoo champion, won his match due to a withdrawal, due to a retirement in his championship match at Kalamazoo. He draws a qualifier or lucky loser in his first round match. Also a terrific collegiate player, plays at Texas, wild card Sebastian Gorsny. He draws Collignon of Belgium in round 1. Another name, but on the women's side, 16-year-old Kristina Lutova is 1-1 away from her first U.S. Open main draw appearance. I don't know if you remember that name, but she won Xena in Memphis. She won 29 of her last 32 matches in 8 consecutive. That is Kristina Lutova. She faces Kubka tomorrow. That's going to be sensational.
Yeah, it is. I do remember the name because, she kind of just came out of nowhere and just took everybody by storm.
Yep, so no play, I'm being told, before 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So play has halted during this qualifying here at the U.S. Open, unfortunately, due to all the precipitation around the grounds. But we still see hundreds of fans on site taking in the activations. Next to us, the U.S. Open Fan Experience presented by American Express, where fans are getting some shade, catching out the good food, which does have an overhang, and they're covered, getting all the delights to our left.
Yeah, we were
a lot of good stuff out there.
We were just talking about that. It's like it's not. You see people leaving, but you see a lot more that just kind of hanging out. They come to Amex Fan Experience and going to the shops, and we know it's a lot of food out there today, and so it's going to be a great time to just hang out, meet some new tennis fans and some tennis friends, and just enjoy the time that you're out here.
Yeah, for sure. With Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. We're 10 minutes past the top of the hour at 2:10 on the East. However you're listening on the app, the website, tune in, or watching us ESPN Plus on YouTube, we say hello to you as we're gearing up for the final round of qualifying, which again has unfortunately stopped due to rain, but also the main draw. Again, day one, like last year, will start on Sunday, so not Monday. Remember, day one is Sunday. They pushed that up. What are your thoughts on that?
What are my thoughts? I had to remind myself again.
Me
I was
too.
like, no, the tournament starts on Sunday, because I was talking to someone, and they're like, when does the tournament start? I was like, no, Sunday. So, I mean, all the Grand Slams are doing it. You had to do it. USTA has had a great time with Fan Week and the mixed doubles and everything. Keep it going. Let's roll on.
Yeah, and in our monitors here in our studio, we're seeing a lot of players in the training facility going on the bike, keeping themselves fresh. Again, play not resuming before 3 p.m. The same with Aryna Sabalenka, back-to-back defending champ. She's on the bike right now inside the players' warm-up area, getting set to continue her practice. Speaking of Sabalenka, there's some tough matchups that she keeps moving on throughout this U.S. Open. Krejcikova could be her third-round matchup. Schneider in the fourth round. Wimbledon champ Noskova in the quarterfinal. And how about this? An eventual matchup against Pegula. Those two faced off against one another in the past, obviously, at the U.S. Open. A semifinal matchup. And, again, this is all potential, hypothetical final against Elena Rybakina. Sabalenka's trying to become the first woman since Serena Williams won this title in 3 consecutive years, 2012, 13, and 14. And that's a tough field in front of her. I think it's really tough sledding for Sabalenka.
It's a really tough field. Immediately when we both saw that, I mean, she would have a lot of people that she would have to come through, but, Navratilova, I mean, won Wimbledon. Yeah. I mean, sitting right in dead middle of the draw. I mean, and we can't leave out Elena Stefan. Monfils' wife, I'm sorry.
Svitolina. Yeah, sure.
And I was listening to that thunder that was going out there. Yeah. I mean, she has a great opportunity. She's playing really well.
Okay, so you mentioned Svitolina here. It goes into my next question I'm about to tee up for you. Okay, so the question is, who's going to prevail on the women's side? Because think of this, we've had a different champion on the women's side at the U.S. Open in singles the last 7 times.
7?
So, 7. The last 7 majors.
Wow.
7 majors. Not just at the U.S. Open. So the last 7 majors, different champions have won.
That's a lot. I didn't even realize it was that much. Yeah. And so that's going to be interesting. But you do
So what I'm saying is there's a lot of parity out there on tour.
It's a lot. And each time that happens, more and more, you're going to see a person believes that they have the opportunity to do it. So
I'm curious who will fight. And also there's a tussle for world number 1 on the women's side between Sabalenka, Rybakina, Jessica Pegula, and Coco Gauff. And we've touched on Coco previous days, but we really didn't hit on Coco today. And how about the run that you think she can make here in New York again?
Well, I'm just excited the way she's been playing since Wimbledon, and the fact that she has, and I've said this many times recently, the fact that she's now learning to play an all-court game is just so exciting. It's exciting for the fans, but I think it's going to be even more exciting for her because it's going to take some pressure off of her having to worry about just one or two shots.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Coco can do, because a lot last year, and I remember you saying, I know where your mind's
What
going.
do you remember I said?
Leave my Coco alone.
And look what Coco has done.
And
She's
look what Coco has done
been
since
left
then.
alone.
So
Well, some
last
people-
year with the new coach, Gavin McMillan, and the serve technique is what I was referring to before my voice just ruined everybody's afternoon. More on karaoke night with Leno and Garrison a little bit later on the show. So we'll see how Coco could fare. Sabalenka, again, I mentioned several times, seeking the three-peat, would be the third player in the open air since Serena. I already documented Chris Everett as well, if she could three-peat at the U.S. Open. And before I go to break and bring on a little bit of crosstalk with our next crew, on the women's side, so Serena bowed out in mixed doubles with Carlos Alcaraz, but Serena is going to compete in women's doubles with her sister, Venus Williams. What do you think about the Williams sisters again?
Well, first of all, I wanted to say,
Yeah.
well done, Serena. I mean, her volleys look good, and she knows coming from me, that's a lot coming. But she looked really good in the mixed doubles, so I'm looking forward to them playing doubles. I'm looking forward to seeing Venus and Serena back on the court again. I saw the match that they played in Cincinnati. They were right there. And Venus, knowing Venus the way I know Venus is going to want to come back and show her stuff as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. And again, that big matchup of Venus wild card against another Grand Slam champion in Sophia Kenin, who won the Australian Open title several years ago, battled injury. Kenin's back. That's a first-round matchup, Kenin, Venus Williams.
I mean, you as the U.S. Open promoters could not be so happy about that one. I mean, that's going to be a great match.
Yeah, can't wait for that. We'll take the time out. Our colleagues are going to join us on set, a matter of moments. We'll get a little crosstalk for you. With the rain falling, play has halted. It's not going to resume before 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Here are the final round of qualifying. With Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Every day brings a new challenge.
pushing for that extra mile, grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyt's science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyt, Science of Hydration.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the US Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the US Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your US Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health services provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more, all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to our Day 5 coverage of U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express and Fan Week here in Flushing Meadows, New York. With Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leto, pleased to be joined by the talented voices and our colleagues Brian Clark and Macca David McPherson. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining Zena and I.
Thanks for having us. I haven't been here yet, this U.S. Open. I'm getting off to a late start, so late that I forgot to turn on my microphone. But this is the pre-tournament period where we get the rust out and we work on all the things that are going to carry us over the next 2 weeks. But it's been awesome so far here with Fan Week, now into day 4. And I hope the rain stops. I think it's going to because, you know, for the hardcore tennis fan, these are maybe the 4 best days of the year, those final rounds of qualifying where you can come to the Grand Slam site and you can watch these players achieve their lifelong dreams. You could see people like Qinwen Zheng try to get back to the point where she rightfully belongs, a former quarterfinalist here, the Olympic gold medalist. It's just an awesome, awesome day, and it's great that so many people are taking advantage of it.
For sure. Macca, good afternoon to you. How have you been enjoying this Fan Week? And you guys were delightful on the call of the Mixed Doubles Championship and semifinals as well.
Thank you, Dave. Yes, the Mixed Doubles was a resounding success. Fabulous matches. Last night was electric, and it was an honor to do the call with Mike Cation. And now with the rain delay, I suppose Thursday afternoon is also exciting as they release the singles draws, men's and women's, so we can really get into that and postulate on who might advance.
For sure.
I can't wait to hear what you guys think of this draw, because it is, we've been looking at it. It's some incredible matches that are going to be coming up.
Yeah, so we hit on the women's side. Brian, I'll start with you. On the women's side, Venus going up against Kenin. On the men's side, there's also some tough first-round matches. Wawrinka Berrettini is a rematch of one that was seemingly a tiebreak, I believe, in every set at Wimbledon as well, where Berrettini was victorious Are there any matchups early? It doesn't have to be the first round, but any ones that you're saying, man, this is something in the first or second round?
Let's go right to the defending champion, Carlos Alcaraz, because there are so many questions about Carlos because we have not seen him, aside from the mixed doubles appearance with Serena Williams the other day. We haven't seen him on the match court since April. It's been 4 months off tour with a wrist injury. You hear wrist injury with the tennis player. You get nervous and you get scared about what the future might hold. So we're glad Carlos is here. But in Roman Safiullin, I mean, that is no way. You're not easing back into the tournament against Safiullin. So right out of the gate, Alcaraz is going to need to be good to go, and then to potentially play Jensen Brooksby, who's down in was down in Winston-Salem, where he lost to Tsitsipas, or Jaime Faria from Portugal. So, I mean, that's going to be an immediate early test of Alcaraz's physical condition, his physical shape, and his title defense. So I'm looking no further than the number 2 seed, Carlos Alcaraz.
And Dave, for me, something that jumped out immediately, and you never want to look beyond the first round, of course, but you're asking the question in the early rounds, what could be an intriguing situation, and Brandon Nakashima's form has been so outstanding, and I am considering him as somewhat of a dark horse to go super deep and threaten for the title, but I see that he's drawn very close to Alex Mickelson, another young American who has a 2-1 head-to-head record against him, so I would say that Brandon's not probably thrilled to see Alex so close to him in the draw. And if those two did indeed win their first rounds, that would be an epic second round match between two up-and-coming Americans.
And don't forget about Stan.
That's right.
I mean, that Berrettini, right?
Correct.
I mean, I'm looking forward to that match. It's going to be... Oof.
Who do you like in the matchup?
I'm going with Stan with the backhand.
And Stan plays well with a chip on his shoulder. I'll say that. I mean, he's clearly...
Well, he got a big chip coming.
He's got a massive chip on his shoulder. He always has, and now he's especially got one this week, feeling initially that he wasn't going to get a wild card. He needed a withdrawal to get that final spot. So, yes, I mean, just watch out for Stan to be playing with a little extra venom in his shots.
And I'm going to violate Macca's rules here of not looking past the first round, but I'm going to do just that if Stan wins, and Zena's often right about things, so let's say Stan wins. Good chance that he plays the man he beat for the title here 10 years ago, Novak Djokovic. I mean, could you imagine a 2026 Djokovic-Wawrinka? I think the combined age there is 80 years old. I'm not exaggerating. A second-round match at a major, maybe the final match at the U.S. Open for Stan, or who knows, maybe even for Novak. So that Djokovic has Mariano Navone as he tries again for that 5th U.S. Open title. That would be wildly fascinating as well.
Well, I mean, everything that's going on, like I said, this draw is just, I mean, being a promoter here at the U.S. Open, having the opportunity to see some of these great players come up against each other so quickly off the tournament, I mean, what could you ask for? Can't ask for anything more.
Macca, Djokovic would have to go through Nakashima if he gets to the 4th round, Medvedev in the quarters, Alcaraz in the semis, and he could face Sasha Zverev in the final if he goes the distance here. What do you think of Djokovic's chances at his age to reach that elusive 25th Grand Slam title?
Well, a few days ago, before I had seen the draw, like I did hypothesize that Novak might be able to just roll back the clock and win one more. Now I see the draw, I see all the obstacles in the way, and it's very hard to say, but certainly there's a little window of opportunity for everybody, with Jannik Sinner not here and Carlos coming back after such an extended break. So certainly if Novak's body is able to hold up, we know the GOAT has got the mettle to pull this off. So even though the obstacles are many and far in his way, I certainly still think that he's a big chance to win this title.
And you know he's going to relish under the bright lights here in New York. Another matchup that's popping out on seed line 23 and 24. Juan Manuel Cerundolo of Argentina facing off against Casper Ruud. That's a first-round matchup as well. How about Taylor Fritz against Darwin Blanche as well? And your prospect of Taylor Fritz, who was ousted by Bassivaretti at Roland Garros in the first round, and where you think Taylor is coming into this U.S. Open?
Well, for mine, I see him as a real threat for the title. I would be surprised if Taylor didn't at least make the semifinals. He's a big-time player at the U.S. Open and at the peak of his powers. So I really expect Taylor to at least make the semis for mine. And once it gets down to that stage. A lot could depend on the head-to-head matchups, who you get once you get there.
Yeah.
I have another dark horse in the top half. My countryman Alex de Minaur, fantastic hard quarter. I mean, he's just been looking for that elusive slam for so long, and so he'd be looking at this situation. Wow, no Sinner, Alcaraz in the other half, as well as being a little question mark on his fitness. So if ever I was going to like dig extra deep, and we know Alex loves to dig deep, he actually ironically has a 6-5 head-to-head record on Taylor Fritz. So if that was a semi-final, he would have to beat, may have to beat Sasha Zverev to get to that semi-final, amongst many other good players. But just, throwing it out there that the Aussies have sometimes done quite well at the US Open. Paddy Rafter won it a couple of times back in the day, and nothing would make me happier than to see an Australian win another US Open.
Yeah, 25 years since Leighton Hewitt won. And what Maka was just saying, I want to actually bring up to Zina as well, because we're going to hear that a lot on the men's side where, okay, Alcaraz is maybe uncertain. Sinner's not here. So this could be the chance for name your player, especially when you look at the Americans, where one has not won here in 23 years, although Fritz did reach the final a few years ago. How much extra pressure does that put on a Ben Shelton, a Taylor Fritz, a Tommy Paul, a Francis Tiafoe, even not Americans, players like an Alex de Minaur, to think, oh, here's my chance to grab one? Does that factor into your subconscious to think about that, okay, this is something here's my chance, and could that make you tight?
Well, I think previous years I would have said yes, but I think now they've noticed that they've been going deep. A couple have been and have won a 1,000, Francis them getting deep, Taylor winning 1,000. I mean, so they're starting to believe. And Brandon Nakashima is playing extremely well. I mean, so he's pushing them because they're pretty much used to the, and I'm sorry to even forget about Tommy Paul. All of them right there. The more that we have them to push each other, they're going to be pushing each other, and I think we have a better opportunity for an American champion.
And another American comes to mind that's climbing the ATP rankings, Lerner Tien, right? Right now, I believe he's 12th on tour against Nuno Borges. So that's a big first-round matchup on the seed line, 47-48 in the top half of the draw there for Tien.
And I think, Dave, to Zina's point, your point is that there are so many Americans now that are in the conversation. So perhaps in a way there's a little less pressure than if there was just one or two. I mean, I think I remember in my John Isner years, he felt that pressure as number one American. Like, I got to do it, since Roddick, and he was one of just two or three, perhaps, with a genuine chance of beating the top players. But now, when you look at the field, we have just named a half dozen Americans
and they're going deep.
You could see threatening to go very deep in there, which in a way I think is healthy competition. Yeah. I think they don't feel like it's all on me, but they want to be the one. They want to be the one to break down the door and break this streak.
Yeah, further on throughout the tournament, you could see a matchup of Francis Tiafoe against Brandon Nakashima, to both your points a moment ago. And Mac, I want to ask you about the pressure that guys that you've worked with, the Bryan brothers and John Isner, how do they feel that in their home slam here in New York? And what were you talking about, if you could share with our audience, like kind of behind the scenes, gearing up for a U.S. Open?
Oh, yes. Well, for Mike and Bob, of course, they were nearly always odds-on favourite to win any slam that they rocked up at. So for them, their mentality was always just, let's see who the first-round opponent is, just immerse ourselves in the process, and let's take care of business in round one. And then you move on. It's knocking them down. You needed 6 wins consecutively to win a Grand Slam in doubles, and that's as simple as we took it. And internally, I know that they felt all the pressure in the world. They expected to win. They were the champs, the GOATs. But we tried to keep it really simple and just say these next opponents are extremely dangerous. Yeah. Let's treat them with the ultimate respect, try and get the most out of our preparation, our game plan, and just one by one knock it down and then of course they had that championship aura that when they did get to a final, they just walked out with swagger and they played their best match of the tournament because that's who they were. And John was also very, he peaked at the US Open many times. He played some of his best tennis here on his home soil, and he had some runs at the US Open. Quarterfinal match, I can remember he pushed Juan Del Potro on a very hot day in the quarterfinals. So John gave me some fantastic memories as well. He just had a few blokes named Federer and Djokovic and Nadal that were
They all got in the way.
his way a little bit at times. Yeah.
You know, I wanted to ask about the momentum that some of these mixed doubles players might bring into the U.S. Open. If all of you feel like it's a difference or not that they played already on site versus practicing. The names that come to mind is Cabal, who's having a fabulous year, Jakub Menchik. Do you feel like they have the momentum coming in when they get into the singles draw?
I think that's going to be different. I think maybe it's different for a Menchik, who obviously won the event with Karolina Muchova. You know, they played under the lights in Ash with money on the line, and it seemed like things did get a little bit tight for everybody on court as those matches went on last night. So I think maybe those match conditions help, but in terms of playing, you know, is that a real tactical advantage? I wouldn't necessarily say so. Like, I don't know how much you take out of a kind of one-off mixed event, which was a lot of fun to watch, versus how they're going to do in the main singles campaign. But that's just me, the kind of amateur view. I think I defer to the professionals here.
I think that you can take away a little bit because the matches were so tight and you got some of the pressure that was brought on at that particular time. I think for some of the guys, maybe you hit a couple of volleys that you normally wouldn't hit. Maybe that might help you later on. So I think you can take a little bit away for the fact that it still was a very pressured situation because the tennis was actually very good. I mean, and to the end. And pressure is pressure no matter how you get it, you know, and it's just how do you achieve from there. So pressure is a privilege, as Billie Jean King would say.
Yes, and for mine, I mean, it can only be a positive thing for Jakub Menchik winning the U.S. Open mix last night on Ash. I mean, you're certainly feeling really good about yourself. And it was only Wednesday last night. Now he can recalibrate, reset, look at his draw this afternoon and start putting his singles game plan together. So I really feel like the mixed doubles could indeed be a catalyst for him to have a fine U.S. Open as well. He's feeling really good about himself. Sure. He was dropping heat left, right, and center yesterday as the MVP of the final. And so he's already a player to be reckoned with, let alone with the confidence of a U.S. Open mixed title in his belt and all the match play on Arthur Ashe that he's already gotten here before we've even started the singles.
I think the one person out of that whole mixed doubles draw that I would be a little bit nervous if I'm the coach is Alcaraz, because the movement, and the movement is one of his strengths. And to me, he wasn't quite getting, it wasn't the hitting for me, it was his movement to the ball that would be a problem if I'm his coach, just making sure that he gets his feet underneath the ball where he can actually hit his shots. And I didn't see that in the mixed doubles. And so I know it's just the mixed doubles, but that would just bring me some concern. Like, how do we get him to be just good enough to compete? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we did see him a little bit off balance, a little bit surprised, and some of that may have been just he doesn't play a lot of doubles, so sometimes the ball comes at you from a different angle or quickly, and sometimes he had some unforced errors there because he didn't seem as comfortable in the doubles aspect. It was hard to say with his lateral movement. You don't do a ton of lateral movement in the double, so it remains to be seen, I think, if he has any movement rust that he needs to shake off. But certainly it's a massive question mark when you've been out for that long. It's the sort of thing that if he survives the first week, then I think he would switch to be the favorite. If he establishes 2 or 3 comprehensive victories early in the tournament, then I think we'll all be sitting at the desk saying, you know, he's the man to beat.
So thank you guys so much for breaking that down. That's just teasing the afternoon that Brian's going to anchor with Macca. Gil Gross is going to join you guys on set. Zina, awesome job as always throughout this rain. By the way, play is halted around the grounds, unfortunately, due to rain here on the final day of qualifying, at least for today and for tomorrow in the final round. So Zina will be back at it tomorrow to culminate our Fan Week coverage. Awesome job by you, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thanks. It was fun.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
You guys got it now.
Yeah.
We will miss you, Zina.
For Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. Don't go anywhere. Brian Clark, Mackey, Gil Gross will take you through the rest of the afternoon. When we return from this timeout, our conversation with 16-year-old who participated in qualifying, a rising star from the USTA. That's Michael Antonius. That's next on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
With Faye Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights, and what to wear. The U.S. Open. Spectacular awaits.
Welcome back to our Day 3 coverage of U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express on Fan Week. Dave Leno, Zena Garrison are pleased to be joined by 16-year-old Michael Antonius, who just won his first Grand Slam qualifying match professionally. Michael, you just displaced Henry Searle 1 and 2. Congratulations and welcome to U.S. Open Radio.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys having me here. I was born at NYU in Manhattan, but raised in Buffalo, and then I moved down at 12 to Orlando just to better training down there, get used to the heat outdoors all year round. So that's been really helpful for me. But yeah, I mean, I'm a New York guy at heart. So
as a kid,
Buffalo Bills fan, I guess.
Of course, Bills Mafia.
Yeah, there you go. Got to talk to Jessica Pagula about that, right?
I know.
Hook it up with the tickets.
Well, she'll be watching you because I got a feeling this is not the last time you're going to be getting interviewed. So, were you used to coming to the U.S. Open as a kid?
Yeah, I did the coin toss 4 years ago for Alcaraz and Ruud in the finals. Wow. So I did the coin toss there. I mean, I used to come like every other year when I was younger, and when I was less into my own tennis. But I played juniors last year, and I just love coming to this event.
Well, I got to know, from the coin toss to you're in your first Grand Slam qualifying, what did it feel like?
I mean, it's surreal to think I'm back here for this, just 4 years later. I didn't even have any expectations going into today's match. I was just trying to, like, I knew it was going to be tough, so I didn't really put any pressure to win it. I just wanted to do my best, but I'm really proud of myself, and it's surreal to think that I'm finally having the chance to play. And
From my position, because you're with an Olympic gold medalist, U.S. Open semifinals, Grand Slam champion, tennis icon, Zina Garrison. I'm seeing a 16-year-old that's playing in his first Grand Slam qualifying match and winning. Michael, congratulations to what you did. And I'm curious for those listening around the world right now, for young juniors coming up, because I'm always fascinated by someone like yourself who's had success as a junior and now you're on the center stage in New York. What's your message there for all the young kids coming up, whether it's to grind out in the juniors, thinking about college? Where are you in the college decision? How do you take in all that thought process?
yeah, for me, I just have been able to start talking to colleges a few months ago after French Open. I played junior French Open there. I lost in the finals, but I mean, that was when I was first able to start talking to them. I still have 2 years to decide. I'm a junior. I would love to go pro. I would love to continue on this path. That's my ultimate dream. And, like, anything can happen in the next 2 years the college path has also become very good stepping stone to go pro. So, I mean, it's down the road. We're kicking the can down the road a little bit longer. So we'll see when that comes. But my message to all the young juniors out there is, chase your dreams, not give up on them, and just give it your all. Like, whatever you're doing, if it's tennis related, if it's other sports, anything else, just do your best. But don't give up on it. That's for sure.
Well, I would like to just say to you, I also coach Fed Cup and the Olympics and all that, keep working. Don't ever stop working. Don't ever stop dreaming. But more important is, I love the fact that you said an all-around court game, and the reason why, because the game is going back to that, but more than anything, that means that you will do whatever you need to do when you need to do it. So keep working.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So I'm very interested in, besides tennis, what are you passionate about that you can do if you just could do anything?
It's really funny. My friends are going to say I'm awful, but I love golf.
Okay.
I love my golf technique. I'm kind of hitting a slider right now. I'm not really, my form isn't very good. I love golf. As I said before, I love just Netflix and chilling out. And yeah,
Going to take in an Orlando City soccer match in MLS.
I have been to one actually.
Okay.
Yeah, that's funny you say that. I've got there a little bit. I love. It's really just watching stuff, anything to do with sports. And my soccer team. I don't know if this is controversial or not, but my dad got me into them as Liverpool FC.
Okay.
So Premier League.
Did you take in the World Cup at all?
I was watching that
he's
too.
Norwegian, correct?
He's Norwegian, yeah.
Don't tell me. Come on.
Don't even mention that.
I had so many family doing the Norway row. We're doing the Norway row on camera, by the way, on ESPN Plus and YouTube right now.
Don't even get me started.
I know.
We were supporting so hard.
First time in the World Cup since '98 for them, right?
It's really funny too. We were in the UK watching at an English pub, and we were watching Norway.
Yep.
And we couldn't celebrate. We couldn't, they scored that first goal, early, and we couldn't celebrate. We couldn't do anything. And, it was really fun to watch. I was just sad I couldn't
It's
get
like
to
the
see it in
quiet
person.
fist pump, right?
The quiet fist pump. And then they were getting mad. I played a British guy today, so I kind of took it back out on him. But,
that's awesome.
No, but it was funny too, just because and then the one guy, he was just like, you guys, why aren't you guys celebrating? Come on. And we didn't know what to say at that point because we were scared of getting taken out of the restaurant. But it was definitely fun to watch there.
Well, Erling Haaland's a superstar for Norway, but you are the next superstar, we hope, and we're rooting for you. And
Thank
we wish
you.
you all the best in your second round qualifying match. Do you know who you'll play yet, or do you know what the matchup looks like, and what's kind of the scout?
I think, one of them could be Nishikori, other Sebastian Offner. No walkovers there, so it's gonna. There's definitely a few clips online. I think I'll study later. I know Nishikori won the first set, was down in the second, but yeah, neither of those matches is going to be easy. But again, I'll give it my best, and really looking forward to it.
Yeah, Nishikori in the live scores right now is up 5-2 in the third.
Okay.
Right now over Offner.
So
what a chance you might play the 2014 U.S. Open finalist in the second round of qualifying.
That is crazy in itself.
But it's okay. 50-50 chance, but one ball at a time. That's
exactly.
all you got to worry about.
All
You
the
never
work
know.
is behind you. You said it. No, I mean, the fans were so fun today. Like,
was it packed out there?
I mean, it started out like, as it was like early still, it started out like a little empty. And then people just started coming in, like filling up the side bleacher. Everyone was like in the middle watching. So, guys, come back tomorrow, please. Like, you guys supporting actually really made my day, and was just, a new experience for me, but it was awesome to have. So,
well, don't be a stranger to us. You win that match, come right back with Zena and I, our entire crew. We'll do this all over
Hope
again.
so.
Good luck
so
tomorrow,
much.
and Michael, congratulations yet again on the
Thank
win
you.
today.
Thank you for having me.
You got some new fans.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Keep going.
Michael Antonius, everybody, New York native.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Thursday afternoon here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. It is the Thursday of qualifying week. It's fan week here at the U.S. Open. What a week it's been. Free grounds admission to hundreds of thousands of fans that have turned out. They've seen qualifying, they've seen mixed doubles, they've seen practice sessions. That's what they're seeing right now inside of the two stadiums that have roofs, because unfortunately it was raining here in Queens, so there's no play on the outer courts right now. But the good news, courts are being dried, so hopefully we'll be able to resume with the qualifying final rounds. Those matches, none have been completed. It's the final stage of the qualifying, and we were just underway in those first matches. For example, Qinwen Zheng was in her women's qualifying singles match, the two-time quarterfinalist here, former Olympic gold medalist, working her way back from elbow surgery. She's at the final stage of qualifying. We've got lots of big names to come. Kei Nishikori will be in action later today. Grigor Dimitrov will not. He got a walkover into the main draw. Former semifinalist here was set to face Otto Virtanen, but Virtanen was physically struggling at the end of his win earlier in the week over Jack Pennington-Jones. Unable to go today, so Grigor, 18 years after he won the junior title here, is back for his 15th main draw appearance at the U.S. Open. Back with us today, it is Gil Gross. I'm Brian Clark. That's David McPherson at the end. Hello to everybody joining us out there. Gil, hello to you this afternoon.
Hello. Great to finally get rolling, although we don't have any results. It feels weird at 2:52 p.m. local time, where we're kind of still sitting on who's going to qualify for the main draw. And I think, we might get some tennis under the lights. We do expect to see, some results go final after this rain passes by. But it does feel almost eerie, not just visually, but also when you get inside these players' heads right now, with such a big result sort of looming while they're waiting in the locker room.
And waiting, and there's nothing you can do. And this is, it might be the most compelling day of the year. If you like human drama, if that's your thing, the final rounds of qualifying at the 4 majors might be the day for you, because what we've talked about it before, we'll talk about it again, just what that can mean in terms of points, in terms of money, and in terms of storylines. You've got somebody like Zheng trying to get back into the main draw as she rebuilds from injury. Then you've got people on the way up. You've got journeymen, journeywomen looking for that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is Shakespearean in what we've got.
If I can shout out court 4, Gabriela Knudsen is up 6-4, 4-3 against Gorgodze. Knudsen is somebody who I went to college with, and I saw her at one point in her life not have professional tennis aspirations whatsoever. She was a journalism student at Newhouse in Syracuse. Still loves journalism, but ended up rising to number 4 in the nation in the ITA national rankings. Became such a good college tennis player that it became somewhat obvious that she could have a chance to play pro tennis. Still didn't go straight pro after her 4 years of college at Syracuse. Went to the UK, got a master's degree, played a little bit of tennis there, and then took the pro tour. She is 29 years old. She has never made the main draw of a major, and she is 2 service holds away from doing so right now, and has to just kind of wait that out.
That might be the most brutal part, and David McPherson is here because the delay began at about 1:30 p.m., so that's about an hour and 20 minutes ago. And it's one thing, Macca, as Gil was saying, you're waiting, let's say your 3rd match on, and right now they're still in the 1st match when the delay came. You're sitting around and waiting. But if you're 2 service holds away and you're sitting there, how do you as the coach or the team member try to keep your player in the right frame of mind without knowing when they're going to be back on court?
Well, it's a tricky business, and that's when we coaches earn our money, because I used to take a lot of pride in how Mike and Bob or John did after a rain delay. When you have the momentum, you need to find a way to not let the rain delay derail you, and sometimes you can really use a rain delay to your effect when you're behind in a match to come out with some fresh tactics and turn the match around. But what a story Gil told us there. That is just so remarkable to be at 29 years old, to be now on the precipice of qualifying for your first US Open. Oh my goodness, so easy to overthink things. You're up 6-4, 4-3. At least it's not 5-4, where you're really analyzing where am I going to serve this ball and where the next ball, and you start perhaps just overthinking things a little bit. But takes me back to my first ever Australian Open. I was only 16. I got all the way to 5-4 up in the 5th on grass at Kooyong, and my opponent, wily veteran Fritz Buning, called for the supervisor. He just made up some excuse why he refused to play on, a la Johnny Mack, and he iced me for like 12 or 15 minutes while they made their way down to court 37 at Kooyong, or wherever we were playing. And by the time I came back, I'd completely overthought the situation, dropped serve and lost 12-10 in the 5th.
Oh.
So hopefully that won't happen to your friend Gil.
Yeah, I imagine one of the important things, Macca, is to actually just settle down and relax, because you cannot stay in that sort of hyper-aware fight or flight state. I know personally Gabriela Knudsen as a person is a very intense match competitor. She stays very locked in, but it's almost Sharapova-like in her intensity out on the court. And I would imagine part of it is shutting that down so that she doesn't get tired as the day drags on.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, Gil. You really do need to manage your energy really well to be a professional tennis player. And yeah, she's got to somehow find a way to have switched off and restart the engine, both mentally and physically, at just the right time, and come out of the gates, with just the right amount of adrenaline.
Right.
That's Gabriela Knudsen we're talking about, and that is another one of the great stories in the qualifying rounds. And yeah, we've gotten more good news. The tournament has said that matches are scheduled not before 3:15 p.m. Eastern time, so that's less than 20 minutes from now. Well, I'm not sure we'll be starting right on the dot 20 minutes from now, but the courts are being dried, so we are hopefully close to resuming the final round of qualifying here at the U.S. Open. I'm Brian Clark with Gil Gross and David McPherson. It is the Thursday of Fan Week. It is 3 minutes before 3 o'clock here in the greatest city in the world as we had the draw come out today. So we're going to talk about that. But before we talk about the draw, this year has maybe been more unpredictable than the last few, both for the men and the women, just in terms of the winners, in terms of the results, in terms of the variety we've seen. And I think, given the fact that Sinner's not here, that we haven't seen Carlos on court in 4 months, given on the women's side that, you know, Sabalenka has been below her best since she completed the Sunshine Double earlier this year. We've got a resurgent Iga Swiatek, some of the American women, Jessica Pegula, Coco Gauff last week in Cincinnati. A lot of questions there. Are any of the questions, we'll start with you, Gil, that you had about the big players here, were they answered positively or negatively in what we've seen this week, whether it was the mixed, whether the practices, whether it's what players have said? Did you get any answers or resolution this week?
Well, I have watched some interesting practice sessions throughout the week. I saw Carlos Alcaraz practicing on Monday. I watched Zverev and Djokovic practice yesterday. And you're always looking for the health storylines. So what does Carlos look like? Is he accelerating fully on the forehand and the serve? I think the answer is yes. There's been some sloppiness in his practices, which I'm frankly not too worried about. I don't think that Alcaraz is the kind of player who's going to play too carefully in practice, and that's why you might see more errors. And then for Djokovic, after the poor physical performance in Cincinnati when he lost in the first round there, I was looking to see, you know, what his cardio was like and how explosively he was moving. And I would say he mostly impressed me in that department. It wasn't definitive. It wasn't as if he was playing, you know, 20 ball rallies and looked, you know, fresh necessarily. But I think he showed me what I needed to see in that respect. But Brian, I mean, I was talking to Macca actually early in the week about the importance or lack thereof of these practice sets and how much you can really take from them. And I'm someone, and Macca agreed, you know, it can be misleading, and it can really be difficult to try to go from point A to point B when it comes to the practice court to the match court and sort of draw those parallel conclusions. The one other thing I'll mention, though, is Elena Rybakina, who had the withdrawal in Cincinnati. She has not been practicing this week. So that's definitely one thing that I do think matters. It's something that I do have circled, that the question marks still remain for Rybakina physically.
Absolutely, yes. You don't want to come into a Grand Slam undercooked, and so a big question mark around her as well. So much of the practices depends on the player. I think my two long-standing clients were completely opposite in that Mike and Bob hated to lose in anything, whether it was a game of cards or a practice set. I mean, they were just determined to, whoever I lined up a practice set with at any stage, they were determined to come away as the winners of that practice set. So they certainly treated everything so very seriously. Whereas John Isner was the reverse. He would deliberately slow down his serve or serve to his opponent's strengths in practice, just to try and help them get his serve back more so he could work on his ground strokes. So he was funny. Like, he didn't mind losing a set 6-2 or 6-3. He wanted the reps. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and serve to his full potential and not get the ground stroke reps. So he would nurse people along in practice by serving right into their wheelhouse.
That's phenomenal. And there are still people on social media who post the practice scores, and usually that creates a lot of buzz. Oh, Alcaraz lost 6-2. And in reality, it simply doesn't matter. And it's something that I really try to stress. Again, I mean, as Macca said, different circumstances for different players. That's an incredible insight on John and why he probably didn't win many of these practice sets if he wasn't serving full power.
That's his game. I mean, you tell John to go out in the match court and say, you know what, you need to work on your ground strokes today. Let's get into long, extended rallies. So just dial down the serve a bit.
We had a term for that style of serving. We called it corporate serving, and we kind of nicknamed it after Charlie Sheen's character in Major League 2. What was his name?
Ricky Vaughn. Yes.
Rick Vaughn. That's right. He had the flame-throwing pitching arm, but then in the second installment of the franchise, he fell in love with himself a bit and went corporate, so to speak, and all of a sudden there was a bit off his fastball and people were hitting him out of the park on a regular basis. So John's corporate serving is what he used to use in practice.
He started, he named his pitches in that one, and then they were all getting hit over the fence. And of course, that's you and John, hopefully, I'm sure there are many movie quotes flying around the Isner camp. But the great quote from the first movie, the first time he shows up to throw batting practice, and he's wearing a cutoff T-shirt and no cap. And he says, "We wear caps and sleeves at this level, son." And that's always a favorite of mine for Rick Vaughn.
I'll also bring up Jordan Thompson. We had the pleasure of having him in studio on Monday, and he practiced quite a bit with Rafa Nadal. Rafa is consistent as they come. I mean, he's a player who didn't make a lot of errors, but Tomo told us in practice he liked to really have a rip. He was not going to hold back in the pace department. He was going to hit a lot flatter. Rafa felt that he could always pull back on the match court, but in practice he actually wanted to get confident playing offense, which is more so outside of his comfort zone than, the consistency is what he can almost wake up in get right out of bed and make 10 forehands in a row. So that he knows he's going to be able to do. But the practice court was an opportunity for him to develop comfort in getting after the ball, flattening it out. So that's how he practiced. He would miss more. That doesn't mean he's going to miss in the match.
Gil, I had a funny story. I had the misfortune to be called in personally to a Rafa practice session at Bercy, the Paris indoor. Way back in the day, I was not a player anymore. Not that I was ever a good player anyway, but I was just coaching the Bryan brothers, and I was just in the player lounge, and Rafa's sparring partner must have gotten hurt or gotten sick, and he was looking for a hit out on center court at Bercy. And I think he said, could you hit a few balls with me? And I was like, you've got to be joking. And he said, sure, man, anything for Rafa. So I put on my shoes and went out there and did my best with my continental grips. And of course, he was doing exactly that, Gil. He was no mercy on the ball. He was hitting it even more ferocious in practice, as you said he liked to do. And I was just completely at sea. Like if I was making him extending the rally to 2 shots, I was so proud of myself. Like his ball was so nasty, and I'm sure he was like, this guy is a complete hacker, but I did my best to give him a warm-up that day.
That sounds that entire conversation sounds terrifying.
Terrifying.
Jordan Thompson's experience too, just scary stuff there. We are hopefully about 10 minutes away from the resumption of the final round of qualifying. It is 5 minutes after 3 o'clock here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Brian Clark here with Gil Gross and David McPherson. It is Thursday of Fan Week. We've got stars of the Open tonight. We've got some big stars in Arthur Ashe Stadium with players playing exhibition sets against one another. Some big names that we'll be seeing in the main draw here at the U.S. Open. We're going to round out the main draw today as we conclude qualifying. Some matches have been moved around because of the rain delay. Want to get everybody finished today. What we're going to do right now is take a break, and when we come back, we're going to look deeper into those draws that we were given earlier today. The men's and women's singles draws, they are out as we build towards the 2026 U.S. Open. It's all ahead on usopen.org, presented by American Express.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular? This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It is Thursday of Fan Week, and Thursday before a major, it's a great day for a couple of reasons. As we've talked about before, it's the day where we play the final qualifying matches and learn which players could make some life-changing moves into the main draw of the tournament. And we are doing that today, but unfortunately, Mother Nature has also played a hand. So rain has suspended play for almost the last 2 hours, certainly more than the last 90 minutes. But the good news is that we believe we are close to resuming those first stage of the final round of qualifying matches. Qinwen was in action. She's up a set. We're going to talk about all of those qualifying matches, and those players will find out where they go in the main draw. And that main draw came out earlier today. I'm Brian Clark, joined by Gil Gross and David McPherson. Top seeds for the women, it's the defending champion Aryna Sabalenka, two-time defending champion, trying to become the first woman since Serena Williams to make it 3 U.S. Open titles in a row. Sasha Zverev is the top seed on the men's side in the absence of Jannik Sinner. Carlos Alcaraz, he's back on court for the first time in 4 months. He's the defending champion, seeded second on the men's side. And on the women's side, certainly a question mark is Elena Rybakina, after she had to retire in that quarterfinal in Cincinnati against Iga Swiatek. And if you saw that retirement, it was certainly concerning, where the Achilles that was already taped, and it grabbed on her midpoint in an exchange and just could not go from there. And that's always concerning when you see that kind of injury for a tennis player. So we wait to see what kind of Rybakina turns up, assuming she's able to post here in New York City. But talking about the top seeds, I want to say something crazy here, and this is a question for Gil Gross. We're talking about everybody. We're talking about Carlos Alcaraz. We're talking about Novak Djokovic. Are we overlooking the French Open champion, Sasha Zverev? Okay, tough loss to Tommy Paul in Cincinnati. It feels like we're overlooking the top seed and a man who's won a major this year in Zverev.
Yeah, you could argue that we are. I think knowing how difficult it is to maintain motivation when you've just achieved your life's work, I think that's the main challenge in front of Zverev. So I came into this summer a little bit suspicious that Zverev might suffer a motivational malaise, as I would call it. And in the lead-up tournaments, I don't know that he's done enough to convince me that I'm wrong. Now, the U.S. Open will ultimately determine whether or not that it was a good inclination or one that's off base. Now, some people might counter, he did make the final at Wimbledon. It was the best run that he's ever had at the All England Club. He'd actually never reached the quarterfinal. I think that was an example of a tournament where Zverev had zero pressure in a way that will never feel that way in his career again. He had just won his first major. He had never had success at Wimbledon. You talk about a free swing, Maka. What's the worst that can happen at Wimbledon? It doesn't matter. And without that kind of pressure, Zverev was able to hit out on his forehand and play the offensive brand of tennis that he's worked very hard on. But now he's the top seed at a major for the first time in his career. And I wonder if that sort of that residue from, you know, winning Roland Garros has worn off a little bit, and now it's kind of back to the dog days, and you gotta wake up with the same hunger and the same fire that you had when you were still chasing that one major, which Zverev has spent his entire career doing. I think psychologically it's a big challenge, and that would be my biggest concern for him.
Yes, I mean, he's looking at himself as being the favorite here, the #1 seed for the first time. And it will test his mettle, I think, playing in that role with Sinner not being here and Carlos a big question mark. So it will really test what he's made of to play in that role. There'll be a ton of pressure. He'll be sensing an opportunity like everybody else to add another slam to his resume. So it will be fascinating to see if he's able to play as free as Gil was talking about at Wimbledon, where I felt like he was really hitting through his forehand with a lot of velocity, and that was a good version, I thought, of Sasha Zverev. And I think at times when the chips are down, he's a little too conservative on that forehand. Over top spins it a bit, goes cross court to a fault, where his down the line forehand isn't really a threat to anybody. So we shall see if he's able to play the right brand of tennis when it matters. His serving is just otherworldly, the way that he's able to serve at such a high percentage now and make so many thunderous first serves. He's gotten over the yips on the second serve. His brother with the lower ball toss completely revitalized his serving career. So those demons for the moment seem to have been solved. But yes, can he step up again when it really matters?
The forehand that you're talking about, Macca, that's what he's really improved this year. And it's looked better, not just at Roland Garros, but really throughout 2026. Now, sometimes in the tightest moments, like at the Australian Open, it's kind of gone back to the bad version of Zverev's forehand, where he's rolling it, as Macca pointed out. If you even think about the final against Flavio Cobolli, there were incredibly tense, nervous moments. So nerves have always been his undoing. I'd point out one other thing. And again, I think he deserves a lot of credit for improving his game and adapting this year, because he truly is a better player than he's ever been. But one of the reasons he doesn't get more respect, Brian, which was your original question, is because he's still lacking these big wins at majors. And in general, his record against top 10 opponents in the last year is actually 3-13. Now, a lot of those matches are against Sinner, which certainly skews it. Some against Alcaraz certainly skews it. But I do think that throughout Zverev's career, like if I look at what he's done against top 10 players at slams, his entire career, it's a 6-20 record. And that's why sometimes at the end of the event, when he's playing the other top guns, he doesn't inspire the kind of confidence that you'd think he would as a top 5 stalwart. But what he's done so well is beat the players he's supposed to beat consistently. Looking at his draw, there's really only one guy who I'd circle that could stop him before the semis, unless there's a massive upset, and that's Rafael Hodar.
I wanted to talk about Hodar, as we were just talking about Sasha Zverev, a player who, to Gil's point about pressure, served for the championship here in 6 years ago, the COVID final against Dominic Thiem. Thiem, of course, won that very nervy final in 5 sets for his lone major title. But Rafael Hodar has been maybe the breakout player of the year on the ATP Tour, a junior champion here just 2 years ago when he beat Nikolai Budkov-Kjaer in the final. And Macca, before we get to Gil, too, just what impresses you about Hodar? Maybe a more gritty player than these other guys we see coming up who look a little more polished. He seems to get down and dirty a little bit.
Yeah, what a story he's been in recent times. A fan favorite, Hodar, just sort of such a wily competitor, good mover, you know, seems to just get the best out of his game. And he's been a big story this year. And certainly being in that top section, he's certainly a name that you would look at on everyone's lips as a real threat to go deep. Gil, what are your impressions of him?
Well, he's got one top 10 win in his career. It's over de Minaur, who is his seed. And honestly, if he plays Alex de Minaur right now, I think Hodar's the favorite. I think quite clearly. He is, first of all, an outstanding returner. And this is hard to measure, but I think he's a player who sees the ball a little bit earlier than most other players see the ball. And I say that, one, because he seems to just get on to returns. He doesn't chip them, he drives them. He's not standing on the back fence. He's actually kind of up on the baseline. So he's almost Sinner Djokovic-like on the return, in the sense where he's getting the ball back on you exceptionally quickly. And the other thing he's really great at is recognizing when the ball is going to drop short and then getting downhill inside the court. I want to see him come forward and actually get to the net more often, because he's always putting himself in position to do so. He just has this, I think he sees the ball off the opponent's racket a little bit quicker than everybody else, because the reaction, like how quickly he starts moving to the ball, seems really, really fast. And for that reason, he reads the game well. And another thing, the last thing I'll shout out is his fitness. He's played an outrageous amount of tennis in the last year, about 90 matches, actually. And I don't know how he hasn't collapsed at any point in time, but he hasn't. And every single time he shows up to a tournament, he seems to bring it. The last time he has entered an event and not won at least 2 matches was Indian Wells.
Wow. Yeah, it's been a great summer for the guy who, maybe this answers your question about how he hasn't collapsed, is 19 years old. He'll turn 20 next month, reached the final in Washington. He had a couple semifinals, of course, the quarterfinal at Roland Garros, beaten by the eventual champion Sasha Zverev, who he could very well see in this U.S. Open. And Macca, you were talking about the other seed in this quarter. That is the 6th seed, Alex de Minaur, your compatriot. And, he was very honest, almost alarmingly so after that Wimbledon loss, just about, the mental block of these deep parts of tournaments and going against these top players. And de Minaur, his nickname is Demon. I mean, he is relentless on court, but that's his weapon. It's his feet, it's his wheels. And when he goes against these top guns, the top 5 in the world, he has been second best. And is that just because of the lack of firepower, and is that the limitation, or could this be different here?
Yeah, no, I believe that has been the case. Like when he's gotten to the business end of the tournament and coming up against a Sinner or an Alcaraz, they just have a little bit too much firepower for him. As great a returner and counterpuncher that Alex is, that's been the issue, that he hasn't been to date get over the line and win a Grand Slam. But once again, the hard court is his surface. He likes a quick hard court, and it'll be a fascinating situation if that indeed comes to pass, where de Minaur plays Hodar. I mean, that'll be a popcorn match for sure, and then the winner of that potentially to play Zverev. We shall see. But I just think that Alex, yes, he hit a low point there and obviously was very frustrated. It's been a culmination of a career trying so hard to climb the mountain. But if he is nothing, if not like a resourceful competitor, I like him to a Jimmy Connors, in that he'll dig so deep to try and get a victory.
But does he want it so badly? Does he want it so badly, Macca, that he's actually started to beat himself up too much to the point where he's hurting himself? Because that's what it's felt like. And, the Wimbledon press conference was dark, yes, but the Roland Garros press conference was similarly dark. And then if you go back exactly 1 year ago, just about, when he lost to Felix Auger-Aliassime in the quarterfinals here, and he felt like that was a big opportunity. He's by and large been a better player than Felix in the last 3 or 4 years. So I think, that was a match that he comes into and he's thinking, I need to make my first major semifinal. Like, this is the moment to do it. And he played a very nervous match. He didn't find his best level. That was the first time I've really seen de Minaur overcome by nerves on the match court. But since then, I've seen it happen a bunch of times. So he needs to, I think, and I'm not a sports psychologist, but I can identify when a player is struggling. And the solution is harder for me to figure out, Macca, but I almost think he needs to try the best he can to take pressure off of himself. He is such a dogged competitor. He wants it so badly. That's not an easy thing to do. But in 2026, it's very clear that de Minaur seems to be beating himself up. He has gotten so dark, so negative, almost a mentality of doom that he needs to try to get himself out of.
And that'll be the big challenge for him this week. I mean, so we shall see. It's a big story to me as an Australian to see if he can solve those those demons that are going through his head right now. He's had an extraordinary career. Just the Grand Slams have eluded him, and this would seem to be an opportunity. But of course, with that comes extra pressure, as Gil's alluding to here. As you see, this will be as good a chance as I'm going to get here, potentially without Jannik Sinner in the field. But time will tell.
Yeah, that's the situation in that top quarter of the men's singles draw. And we're going to take a break in a moment, but I briefly want to talk about that bottom, or the other quarter on this side. And that's the quarter that's got the third seed, Felix Auger-Aliassime. Flavio Cobolli is the fifth seed. He's had a fantastic year. Jakub Menchik, who just won the mixed doubles title here. Oh, by the way, we've got Taylor Fritz. We've got Lerner Tien there for the Americans. A lot of big names in this part of the draw. And this feels, how many people, Gil, do you see realistically emerging here with a chance to make the semifinal?
This is an interesting quarter because it's probably the one where if you're to poll people and ask for predictions, you're going to get the most names there. Because to your point, Brian, I think you're going to get some votes for Cobolli. I think you're going to get some picking Auger-Aliassime, who made the semis here last year. And I think you'll get a lot of Fritz, who's the 9th seed, which feels low. It almost feels too low for Taylor Fritz. Of course, the first half of this year was riddled with injury. And then you're even probably going to get some Lerner Tien. And Jakub Menchik is a major semifinalist from Roland Garros and had himself actually, I was erroneously going to say he had himself a decent Wimbledon. Lost in the second round there. But Menchik, when he's been able to get going, we saw the huge serve where he really overwhelmed his opposition in the mixed doubles last night. Was that 5 names there that I got to? I think so. 5 names you could realistically pick to the quarterfinals, and it doesn't feel like you're being overly bold.
No, I completely agree with you, Gil. I mean, Menchik is a real threat. He's got such a big game. I think his head-to-head record with Taylor Fritz is 1-1. Taylor got it the best of him at Davis Cup down at Delray Beach. I saw that match head-to-head, but then Menchik, I think, beat Fritz in Miami. So if that match came to pass, I think that's a blockbuster in the making. I think here in New York, for my money, I see Taylor finding a way to get through to the semifinals, using the American home crowd, New York support, I think. But my word, I mean, there's a lot of quality players that he's going to have to get through just to get to the semifinals.
Yeah, that is a very fascinating quarter. Of course, Jakub Menchik beat Taylor Fritz when he won that Masters title in Miami a year ago, unable to defend that title, beaten in that epic tiebreak by Francis Tiafoe this year in Miami in his second match that they played there. So that is a very busy quarter of the men's draw. This is the top half of the men's singles draw. What we're going to do right now is we're going to step away. When we come back, we're going to talk about the bottom half of the men's singles draw and, of course, the top and bottom halves of the women's singles draw. And even better, we're going to talk about the tennis that's going on because play is about to resume in the final round of qualifying. We had a delay of almost 2 hours. But what we're going to do right now, step aside, take a break, and we'll be back with much more here on US Open Radio presented by American Express.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit USA.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Zena and I here on set at Jason from the Fan Experience, presented by American Express and Louis Armstrong Stadium, are pleased to be joined by the USTA's Managing Director of Pro Tennis Marketing and Entertainment, Miss Nicole Cancam. Nicole, thank you so much for coming back at US Open Radio.
Hi, I'm so glad to be here.
We're delighted to have you yet again. Remember talking to you in prior years. And Nicole, I want to start out with all the records that the USTA sets with Fan Week. What's different, though, after 239,000 fans came through the gates for Fan Week last year? How did you build off that experience into 2026 campaign?
It's really amazing to see. You know, when we started this back in 2017, wanting to give more accessibility and really grow Fan Week, I don't think we even imagined it reached this level. But this year, Fan Week is now a full 7 days of entertainment. We're still, focusing on the content, the tennis content, right? So the fact that you can come see the qualifying tournament, you can see all the players practice. The mixed doubles championship was a huge hit last year, and so we'd love to see it coming back. I mean, having Carlos and Serena playing later on today is huge, and we see a lot of fans coming out here for that. But we continue to build on the content throughout the week. So we once again have collaborated with Marvel to create a U.S. Open themed comic book. This year, it's all about Spider-Man. Yes, that's
Holding
it.
it up to our viewers on ESPN Plus and YouTube.
Spider-Man, of course, is huge right now, and it really ties nicely with our theme this year. So the theme for the 2026 U.S. Open is celebrating our New York story. It's all about really embracing, the city where we call home. So much of what we know and love about New York City, the grit, the passion, the excitement, you find all of that in the U.S. Open as well. So there are a lot of different activations that sort of tie to that, and the Spider-Man comic is a great indicator of that. What's really special about the Spider-Man comic book, we're giving them out free throughout the week of Fan Week, but every day there are 1,000 copies in a blind bag that has one of 5 different unique covers, each representing the 5 boroughs. So we've seen lines around the site for people wanting to get that, but it's really exciting. And it's what's really great, again, about Fan Week, it's all for free. The one thing I should remember to stress is that this year what is different is that you have to register for Fan Access Pass to get onto the grounds. But it's still, again, our focus to maintain that this is a free and accessible event to attend.
Well, being an older player, I want to say the marketing, and I remember way back when everybody would come in here, and it's kind of the changes that you guys have made has been amazing.
Thank
and
you.
What I love more than anything is that even if you don't know about tennis, you know about the U.S. Open and you want to come out. But I still got one thing. For those people, we need to teach them how to keep score.
I know,
so we need
exactly.
to put it on a cup or something, or walk around, or a little board.
That's such a good point, yes, right? Because we do have a lot of people that aren't very familiar with tennis and are just using this as an entry point to learn more. And so educating them, I think, is really important.
The Arthur Ashe Stadium is going to look a little bit different, right? Probably a lot different with an $800 million project that's going to be culminated, for the 2027
exactly
U.S. Open. So fans listening to us now that are coming here, what can they expect and what changes are on the horizon inside Ashe and also the players area adjacent to the practice courts?
Yep. So we're very much still in the midst of that transformation. There's definitely some areas that are sort of work in progress in Arthur Ashe Stadium. but it's going to be spectacular. And we've got a lot of information on the website too, so you can see some of their renderings and what it potentially will look like next year. And we'll have new premium hospitality spaces in the building. There's much more space that's going to be on the promenade level as well. So new concessions. It really will be a spectacular experience. And so we're halfway through there, but it should be great 2027. But it won't impact anything. Like, you'll see the sort of in progress, but it really won't impact your overall experience.
So how do you go about picking your theme for the following
I know.
year? 'Cause, I mean, you guys have done such an out there Gibson last year with the barrels this year and the artwork.
You got any ideas?
Yeah.
No.
Trust me, I'll call you. You don't want to ask me because I'm Miss Theme over here. I love themes, but no.
I love that. Yeah, no, I mean, we are starting to think about it for next year. So I think, you know, I'm not going to spoil any secrets just yet, but we are thinking about it.
Curious I call this a pseudo event, one of the largest events in the world. How do you put together all the different performances every year? I know there's some returners, but usually like one of the Chinese dance that wishes the tournament a good luck. Zena said you took that in, like we saw last year.
They got me going. I started moving.
There's always like a military day that really it really is very impactful as well. And you're also getting kids that are coming in here for the first time and seeing their eyes wide open, they're lit up with their parents. And you're getting fans from all around the world. How do you and your staff put together all the different acts and all the activations that we see on the grounds?
Well, again, you know, I can't take credit for everything across the site. There's so many teams. When you mentioned some of like the Chinese lion dance, and it really is our D&I team, Marissa Grimes, which I think you'll be having on
I think
as well.
we've had her on
before.
Yeah.
Right. And so her team has really taken and run with our Be Open campaign that we launched several years ago. That's all about celebrating different audiences here at the U.S. Open. I mean, the sponsors, I think, have really embraced, you know, their activations to engage and deliver on U.S. Open fans, right? U.S. Open fans come here with the expectation that they're going to have a great experience, and I think everyone believes in that. We have a vision, mission, and purpose that's rooted in delivering spectacular experiences, and so we all really believe in it and live it.
So let's get that scoring so we can capture them for tennis players.
We
and
do,
they know what they're looking at.
Exactly. Yes. So we're going to educate them, and then we do, you know, look at sending opportunities to people that come on site, like, hey, you came here, you love tennis. Here's how you actually can get out there and play.
Great.
I love that. And is there, from your position, I'm always curious, is there like a best kept secret, in your opinion, at the U.S. Open? You know, fans are rushing maybe to.
I know, exactly.
But if you could share it with our audience watching and listening from around the world, if they're going to make a trip for the first time to New York, is there a place or two that they need to check out that maybe you and your team have worked on?
Oh my gosh. Well, like I said, you know, this year with the theme and having different visual displays, that we've kind of tried to spread them out so that you've got over here at the main gate, also over by Court 4, we've got a really cool display of the artwork. I don't, you know, there's so much happening all throughout the grounds. This week during Fan Week, you know, we have the Fountain Plaza stage set up, and so every day we've got players appearing there. We've got different podcasts that are appearing on the stage, and then different performances, like you just mentioned, are up on the stage to really have a diverse, you know, varied experience and to entertain the fans.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile. Grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyt's science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyt, science of hydration.
New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear. New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. And we know how to grind. And for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The US Open, spectacular awaits.
Thursday of Fan Week here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. I'm Brian Clark. I'm back here with David McPherson, and we've got great news. The tennis has resumed, the final round of qualifying, and we are going to go, I think we can go right to court 4 because we've got a match point right there to get into the U.S. Open final. We're at least going to tell you about it because it's somebody we talked about for a while. It's Gabriela Knudsen, who was a classmate of our very own Gil Gross's at Syracuse University. Former college star, has match points to get into the U.S. Open. The backhand comes down the line. There goes the lob from her opponent from Georgia, Gorgodze. And now Gorgodze steps in with that lefty forehand. We are on court 4 right now as play has just resumed. The backhand cross court, and Gorgodze with a lefty forehand winner up the open left sideline. And she is not going down quietly. So Brian Clark back here. Gil Gross has joined us now. David McPherson. And Gil, is this just like watching tennis at Syracuse, or a little more stressful for your friend?
I'm stressed.
We're all neutral here, obviously. We're not.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think the storylines for qualifying, this is a classic one. There's so much on the line here. She's actually fallen in the third round of qualifying a couple of times, and just trying to get over the line.
And it dues this game now more than 5 minutes. And, of course, this is after almost a 2-hour-plus rain delay. That lefty forehand of Gorgodze, and then they trade from the center of the baseline. It's the backhand from Knudsen. She is hitting right into that lefty forehand. Knudsen tried to sharpen the angle out of the corner, but sailed it wide. And now Gorgodze has a break point.
Oh, boy, this is high drama. 40-30 match point, and I thought Knudsen played a good point. It was just Gorgodze just refused to buckle and ended up hitting a sensational forehand down the line winner, and now she has the break point to get back to 5-all.
Gorgodze, a player who is actually older than Knudsen. We were talking about Knudsen never getting to a main draw before. Gorgodze is 34 years old. She's never cracked the top 100, was just outside about 4 years ago. Backhand down the center from Knudsen, who now goes backhand inside out for a lovely winner to save the break point.
So brave. That ball was not that short, and she stepped into it and just laced it up the line. 2 inches inside the sideline. I mean, that really showed courage.
Backhand has always been her best shot. She's improved the forehand dramatically, but she is a straight-ahead power player. She likes to go after it. She's got a lot of power off the ground, and she looks to really bring that to the table, point in and point out.
Time violation, warning, Miss Knudsen.
A little bit of drama there, a time violation. Someone was talking to her, I think, distracting her.
That's Knudsen, who serves a good serve out wide, pulling Gorgodze well off the court, who now steps in to slice it back in. Here comes Knudsen in, and she nets the backhand from the service line. Was trying to go cross court with it.
Yeah, that's really not a time that you need to be distracted. They're 6-4, 5-4 deuce, last round of qualifying, and I think someone was talking to her on the sidelines, and she ended up getting a time violation. And there's still something going on here.
This is court 4. It's kind of the far reaches here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Good serve down the tee, then a powerful backhand from Knudsen, who's once again down a break point. Backhand Gorgatze, who's long, and she can't harness that as she seeks her 3rd main draw appearance at a major. Qualified at Roland Garros a couple of years ago, got a direct entry into Wimbledon in 2022, the year she was at her career high, just outside the top 100. And Gorgatze, you hear her.
There's a lot of drama on this. Now Gorgatze is unhappy with the umpire. She's saying that maybe people are making noise.
It's tough to parachute into matches and miss the entire context of what's going on. But
Emotions are running high,
yeah,
that's for sure. There's
like
a lot on the line here, and you can just feel the tension, even here in the radio booth.
Here's Knudsen from the far baseline right down the center. The forehand looped from Gorgatze, but that lands in. Now another lefty forehand from the elder player here. Both seeking their 1st main draw in the U.S. Open. Drop shot from the baseline. Here comes Gorgatze. Knudsen comes in, can't get there, and then smacks the tape in frustration. Break point again, Gorgatze.
I've seen Knudsen hit about 5 drop shots this qualifying week, and none of them have worked. It seems to be a shot that she tends to hit when she's nervous.
Yes, it was on a forehand side, perhaps in extreme pressure. The side she trusts a little less, and she went with the drop shot there, ill-advised, and now she faces a break point in a high-pressure situation.
A game that's about 10 minutes long as Knudsen serves long, and now she's got to connect on a 2nd serve. Knudsen has had match points as she seeks a bid in her 1st ever main draw at a major. She floats in that 2nd serve. They set up from the baseline. A forehand on the run. Gorgatze inside in forehand down the line from Knudsen. Good job of moving her opponent laterally and out of reach and setting up a winner.
Wonderful job. She created the angle, as Brian said, with the backhand. And then before her opponent could recover, she took the forehand inside the baseline on the rise and into the open court for the winner. Another very brave save of a break point.
Gorgatze's got Knudsen has the white skirt trimmed in orange, which is fitting, giving her college tennis days at Syracuse University. She gets the serve off just as the serve clock ticks down to 0 and sends a perfect serve out wide that Gorgatze can't get in play, and it's another match point.
She tossed the ball literally as the clock went to 0-0. That could have been even more stress on her if she gotten a violation for that.
And it wouldn't have been a warning. It would have been a loss of a serve, but here's match point for Knudsen.
A spot in the main draw of the U.S. Open. The Knudsen toss the serve down the center. Gorgatze with a short backhand. Big forehand Knudsen. She's in control from the baseline. Unloads on another backhand. Gorgatze with a soft forehand. Backhand driven. A winner and a berth in the main draw of the U.S. Open. What an epic result here on court 4 for Gabriela Knudsen of the Czech Republic. 29 years old, she will make her 1st ever appearance in the main draw of a major.
Absolutely ecstatic. She goes over to her coach, I think, and there's a lot of hugging and jubilation. I mean, that was such a stressful last game, serving for it at 5-4 after the rain delay, after everything that she's been through to qualify for the U.S. Open. She eventually goes up and shakes the umpire's hand. I mean, just full of emotion, overcome.
That's her brother Dominic in her player's box. And this has been something that she has been working at for years and years now. Played her 1st slam qualifying in 2024 at the Australian Open and lost in Q3. She was very close to going, 1 of 1 in the 1st attempt and getting into the main draw. This year, she's lost in Q1 at the other 3 majors, but she's been in good form. She made a 125, a WTA 125 final in Poland earlier this month, so she came in with confidence, and she actually now gets into the main draw having not lost a set.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, I really like the look of her game, Gil. I mean, as you say, she was decisive at every opportunity. She ropes the backhand. Her backhand stroke is very pure, and she's made some improvements on her forehand because that shot also held up by and large under pressure. A good, strong first serve. Just stay away from the drop shots, I'd say, Gil, and she'll be a handful for anyone that she plays.
Yeah, just a very, very cool moment for the 29-year-old from the Czech Republic who qualifies for the main draw of the U.S. Open. We don't know her opponent yet. The qualifiers will be placed. We do know what the draw looks like, so I think this is probably a very good time to talk about that draw. It's also a good time just to reset where we are. It's Thursday afternoon of Fan Week. We had a long delay, about 2 hours because of rain, but we are back underway on Stadium 17. Zheng Qinwen, a two-time quarterfinalist here, the Olympic gold medalist in singles, is taking on Elena Pradankina, who turns 21 on Sunday. And what a way to celebrate your 21st birthday if you were playing in the main draw of the U.S. Open. Zheng is up a set, and they're on serve in the second. That's court 17. So we're just looking at everything that's going on here on this qualifying day. We've also got a spot in the main draw for, on the men's side, on court 14, Andrea Guerrieri of Italy, who beat Aziz Dugaz of Tunisia. And then coming up on court 14, it'll be Lloyd Harris, who reached the quarterfinals here a couple of years ago against Pablo Lamas Ruiz of Spain. So some big names here. Of course, Bianca Andreescu, the 2019 champion, against the veteran Tamara Zdancic. They'll be on court number 7. We've got big names. We won't see on court today the big name of Grigor Dimitrov because he got through via walkover against Otto Virtanen. That was on Stadium 17. But we will see after that the former runner-up here, Kei Nishikori, who takes on Rei Sakamoto. For Kei, it'll be, or he said it will be his final year on tour, his final U.S. Open. So we'll see Kei as he tries to make the main draw. Always a crowd favorite here, or anywhere he goes. And it's great to see Kei and hopefully able to give it a full, healthy effort against Sakamoto. But we just talked about this qualifying, and I think it's a good opportunity to look at the women's singles draw. That draw came out today, and we started the men's draw fittingly with the #1 seed, Sasha Zverev. And we'll start here on the women's side with the #1 seed in Aryna Sabalenka. And Gil, a two-time champion here, the defending champion, trying to become the first since Serena Williams a little more than a decade ago to make it 3 in a row. But based on what we've seen from Aryna over the last 4 months, we'll say, the results don't really inspire a whole lot of confidence. But this is a venue that suits her well.
Yeah, and the question is the venue going to bring the magic back? Because the last final that Sabalenka played was Miami. You know, the second week of March. That is a long drought for a player of Sabalenka's stature. She is just narrowly hanging on to that #1 ranking. It would be a shame if Rybakina can't go at the U.S. Open. Then Elena has a bunch of points to defend this fall. So it's actually going to be more challenging for Rybakina to become #1 this year than, I guess, what you would think just from looking at the rankings right now, because of all of Rybakina's points to defend. We'll see how healthy Elena is and if she's able to post. But I think for Sabalenka, who lost to Alexandrova in the round of 16 in Toronto, lost to Sarah Balick in the round of 16 in Cincinnati. Balick is a player incredibly athletic, but does not have weapons, does not hit the ball hard, the kind of player who Sabalenka should beat at her best. It's been shot selection. It's nothing new. You know, it was a big storyline for Sabalenka early in her career, is that sometimes she just doesn't make high percentage decisions on the court, that she's trying to bite off more than she can chew, that she gets over anxious to finish points, that she doesn't play into big enough targets. And that's exactly what I think the problem has been for Sabalenka as of late. It's why she's not maintaining enough consistency in her game or putting enough balls in the court right now, Macca.
Well, from her perspective, I suppose it's the confidence that you draw, hopefully, from places that you win, often returning to a venue, a tournament that you've had success in the past. It can somewhat be a cure for those ills and those doubts. And I would be suspecting that just being here at the U.S. Open, where she's had success, could be just the tonic that she needs to get back on track.
I guess another argument in favor of Sabalenka, not just the U.S. Open, but hard courts. Hard courts have been her best surface, and that's why I don't think people were overly concerned when she didn't have her best clay court season, didn't have the Wimbledon she was looking for, losing to Naomi Osaka in straight sets in the fourth round there. But then when she did get to the hard, and Toronto didn't go her way, and Cincinnati didn't go her way, and she leaves both of those tournaments losing pre-quarterfinals, that's where I think the alarm bells started to sound, and that's when I think you could have, qualified this as an extended slump for Sabalenka.
It's funny because we see how emotional she could be on court. We see how she could be very fired up, but at the same time, we see her off court, and she is somebody who loves life. I mean, she is living large, and with good reason. I mean, she's got it all going for her right now. So I'm interested, Macca, in how that approach, manifests itself at the U.S. Open, where things are going well off the court, engaged this year, but on court over the last few months, as Gil said, I think we're now approaching slump territory.
Yeah, well, players have expectations. Great players have expectations on themselves, and it's really hard to be at peace with yourself when your professional life isn't matching your expectations. So, and New York, of course, is probably the most stressful of the slams, just because it's the chaotic nature of New York and the traffic and everything that it takes to get from the hotel into the site. And so it's certainly a Grand Slam that really tests your patience. It tests your calmness. And so, yeah, there's some question marks around Aryna's chances here as the #1 seed. But I'm a big believer in when you have confidence in a certain tournament, in a certain venue, you so often find a way to return to form in that venue. So I certainly regard her as clearly, as one of the 2 or 3 favorites in the tournament.
I don't think she's going to love her draw. Barbora Krejcikova, a potential third-round opponent for Sabalenka, 2-time major champion, somebody who often isn't healthy enough to really carry a top 10 ranking. But then here and there, when she's playing at her best, she is as deadly a ball striker as they come, not necessarily because of power, but more so because of accuracy, with which Krejcikova does at a world-class level. Then you've got Diana Schneider, the 15 seed. That's a potential 4th round for Sabalenka. Schneider has had a really good summer, was actually an underwhelming year for Diana until she hit Roland Garros, made it all the way to the semifinals before losing to Maja Chwalinska there. But she has carried on that good form and has had a couple of results that she's quite pleased with over the course of this North American hardcourt summer. And then if you look at possible quarterfinal matchups, you're looking at Marta Kostyuk and you're looking at Linda Noskova. And I think Kostyuk in particular is somebody who squeezes the court with her speed. And that's something that we've seen Sabalenka have trouble with head-to-head against Coco Gauff. Sabalenka is somebody who already can start to kind of go for lines a bit too much, and that can cause some errors in her game. And Kostyuk has the kind of speed that can sort of exacerbate that issue for Sabalenka.
Also keeping an eye as we hit the business end of this first round of matches. It's a couple of match points for the American Robin Montgomery against Canada's Carson Branstein. So let's keep an eye on this. We're also watching Yuri Rodionov and Jacob Fernley. Fernley, the 4th seed from Britain. They are in a 3rd set qualifying. We play best of 3 qualifying for the men and women. Robin Montgomery is serving for the match against with a couple of match points against Carson Branstein, and Montgomery drops off the backstand, but a lovely running backhand pass, a fearless shot from Carson Branstein to save the match point. Here we are on court 11.
Yeah, Robin Montgomery, the lefty, came into the net at 40-love point, diced a little backhand volley, just wasn't quite deft enough to execute the drop volley winner, and she was passed across court, but still with a couple of match points here at 5-2, 40-15.
Right down the center comes Montgomery, who did the junior sweep here 5 years ago. She won the girls' singles and the doubles title. There's the toss and the serve on match point number 2. Montgomery comes in with a driven backhand. Now watches the forehand sail long, and Robin Montgomery has booked a spot in the main draw of the United States Open. Comes back from a set down on court 11 to beat Carson Branstein 2-6, 6-2, 6-2. So Montgomery, who was just inside the top 100 a year ago, she's now outside of it. Had to play qualifying but not a problem. She makes it into the main draw. So Montgomery is through. And it's incredible, again, we can't stress this enough, to see, okay, somebody like Robin Montgomery, who's, I would say, expects to be in the main draw of majors. She's excited, don't get me wrong, but it's business. Whereas we saw somebody a few moments ago, we saw Tomas Barrios Vera on the men's side, Andrea Guerreri, these are winners today, Gabriela Knudsen. These are life-changing moments where you get the main draw points, you get the $140,000 guaranteed paycheck, and who knows, you could be faced with a winnable match in the first round and make a run here at the U.S. Open. We saw Coleman Wong do it last year. It's just very cool to see the range of emotions that are on court today.
And Montgomery is now back-to-back because she did qualify at Wimbledon, lost to Jasmine Paolini in the first round, which was a really good match. This is someone who was ranked 484 in June. Coming back from injury, Mac, a really pretty severe, I believe, wrist injury that did require surgery. So Montgomery is also just trying to get her ranking back up to the point where she won't need to qualify. And she's made so much progress from 484 in June, now all the way up to 187. And she's a really talented player, lefty with a great serve and very nice forehand. So good to see Montgomery doing big things at the U.S. Open, coming through qualifying.
Yeah, just watching her serve that match out there, Gil, very impressed with her service motion. She gets a lot of torque, a lot of turn, generates a lot of left to right movement as a left-hander, and certainly I don't think she'd be one of the qualifiers that the people that play Q spots would be looking to draw, because Robin's, being a left-hander, it's a different type of opponent, different type of an equation, and certainly someone that has a lot of potential to cause problems.
Yep, and she's been to the second round of two majors, Roland Garros 2025, Wimbledon 2024, but this is the first time that she finds herself in the U.S. Open main draw since 2023, and for an American, that's of course the slam that you want to be in the mix for each and every year. So I'm sure Montgomery was thirsting for another U.S. Open main draw appearance, and she'll get it.
And she showed a lot of courage and fortitude today. Lost the first set 6-2, so things were definitely not going her way. It didn't come easy, but when you respond to adversity like that, to come back and win the next two sets, serve out the match with authority, she'll be really coming into the main draw feeling good about herself and looking to do some damage.
Also coming into the main draw for the first time, just completed on court 13, Polina Ayatsenko of Russia, 22 years old, takes out the 31st seed in the qualifying draw. That's Andrea Lazaro Garcia. She had fallen in the third round of qualifying before. Not so here at the U.S. Open, as she is a winner in straight sets, 7-5, 6-1. That was court 13. So this is the first round of qualifying that's wrapping up, the first round of matches today here on the final day of qualifying, because of the rain delay that we had on court 17. That's the biggest name that we're watching, and we are certainly keeping an eye on Zheng Qinwen. But Zheng, who won the first set, the Olympic gold medalist, was then beaten in the second by Elena Pradankina, who qualified at Roland Garros, but was then beaten in the third round at Wimbledon. And some bad news. I think they are going to start pulling players off courts again, or at least the match we are watching on court 5 between Fernley and Rodionov. We see the chair umpire getting down and covering the computer. Some threatening skies have returned. We had a 2-hour delay earlier.
Just going back to the Zheng match, she left the court, I believe, up 6-4, 1-love on the rain delay. So clearly the rain delay didn't do her any favors. She went from 1-love up in the second to now 5-2 down upon the resumption. So rain delays can really work for you or against you. There's an art form to, like, what you do on a rain delay, communication with your coach, game plan adjustments, getting the right amount of food into you, not too much, but enough to sustain you. So certainly Qinwen Zheng ill-affected by the rain delay thus far. And now she may be looking at another one. She may have to rethink how she went about it.
She is looking at another delay, but it's not because of rain. And if you were listening closely in the background of what Maka was just saying, you might know the answer. It's a lightning delay. We had some lightning and thunder earlier. And now we've got some more. We just heard a nice big thunderclap. So a lightning delay has suspended play, and that means the players will have to leave the court. And so it's another challenge for people like Zheng, like Rodionov and Fernley, they had split sets, and they're at 3-2 in the third, with Fernley about to serve, on serve at 2-3. They're 5 minutes shy of 2 hours on court. But, of course, they've been on court in this match since about 11 o'clock this morning. So that's a very long day for these two men on court 5, who are now picking up their bags and walking off court 5 because of the lightning delay.
Yeah, it's totally brutal. And I know Jacob Fernley will probably be playing a lot of cards in the locker room. In my travels, especially at the Challengers, I always see him and his team at the local coffee shops. They're always playing cards. I think, Jake tries to limit the scrolling, the screen time, the time in the hotel, likes to get himself out of the hotel and, into the coffee shop, and they're playing a lot of games together. So that's just a guess of how they'll be passing the time in the locker room. But what a task this is, to kind of go through your day and constantly have this, massive result hanging over your head. And by the way, Fernley is somebody who, in my view, is too talented to be playing qualifying. I don't think he should be having to play qualifying too much in his career. We've seen him get to a pretty good career high, around 50 in the world. He has dominated the challenger ranks at certain points in his career. Did have a I think actually 5-year career at TCU. But watching him this summer, I think he's been playing a very good level. He would have just missed the cutoff, guys, because he's right now world number 100. But of course, it doesn't matter what you're ranked right now. The cutoff is 6 weeks prior to the U.S. Open. So when the cut was, he would have been 121 in the world. That's why he has to play qualies. But Fernley is somebody with a really big serve, a big forehand, and he's been coming forward more and more, Macca. I think him and his coach, Juan Martin, have sort of seen him an opportunity to use the net skills a bit more often, because he does have a good feel for things up at the net. And instead of kind of sitting back and using the big forehand, they've decided, let's really try to be brave about coming forward behind the forehand to finish off points.
Yes, well, he really exploded out of college, didn't he? He came out from his college career and immediately had success over there in England, doing well on the grass, and just catapulted into the top 100 in very quick fashion, and probably caught the tour a little bit by surprise. They didn't have a scout on him with his fearsome forehand and the way he goes about his business. But in the pros, everyone adjusts. The scouting report gets out on people, and I would say that in the past 12 months, people have played Fernley smarter, and he's had to adapt his game, is what you're talking about now, maybe learning to be a little bit more of a multi-dimensional player.
Yeah, and it's always been with him also about just maintaining a level of confidence. He's somebody who does get, I think, insecure about his game at times. When he makes a couple of errors, he says, oh, my forehand's no good. And it's really about reinforcing, you're the guy, you're the man, you're talented, you can do this, you're excellent. That's sort of the kind of reinforcement that Jake typically needs in order to just continue to believe in himself.
It's funny, we're talking about Jacob Fernley as somebody who played college tennis and then lit it up on the Pro Tour and is from Great Britain, because we could talk about, that applies to somebody else, and that's Cameron Norrie. And I think this is a good time to take a look at the bottom half of the men's draw, and that's the half Cameron Norrie's in. And I start with Norrie because he's seeded 29th, but he's got a tough first-round opponent in Luca Van Asche, who's maybe the hottest player, maybe the most successful player this year. He's won 5 titles, and this is the quarter, this Norrie quarter.
In the Challengers.
Challengers, yes, but still, titles are titles.
No, I know, but you just said the hottest player, period.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, there's a couple other guys who might lay a claim to that. One of them you couldn't say this year, and that's Carlos Alcaraz, but this is the Alcaraz quarter of the draw. Carlos is seeded 2nd, and we said this earlier, I think, to Macca and Gil. I don't think you had joined us yet, but if you're Alcaraz and you're trying to not ease yourself, you're playing a Grand Slam, but if you're playing Roman Safiullin in your first-round match, I mean, that is no ease back into things. I mean, this is a guy who we certainly know can knock the fuzz off the ball.
Yeah, it's really not the draw that Alcaraz would have been looking for, especially because the first round is so important when you haven't played a match in 4.5 months. Safiullin's a guy who just qualified for Wimbledon and made the 4th round. He beat Joao Fonseca in a match where Fonseca didn't even feel like he played badly, and he lost 3-3 and 3. That's how good Safiullin was. So he's a player who has what I would call a red line potential, Macca, where he's not always excellent. You know, he's not always putting the ball on the court, but he does have this top-end potential to be a very uncomfortable opponent for Carlos Alcaraz. So I think the reaction for Carlos and his team when they look at this draw will not be one of relief.
No, and Roman's sort of a fearless type of character, isn't he? He's not afraid to beat a top player playing a big situation. So that is a very awkward draw. You're playing someone that's not necessarily going to just walk on the court and be defeated mentally just because you're playing Carlos Alcaraz. So I really, that'll be a very high-profile first round.
And by the way, players do ease into majors, you know, the very, very best. I was actually just reading Paul Anacone piece in The Athletic. He kind of wrote, I guess you'd call it an op-ed since he's not a staff writer for The Athletic. He's the coach of Taylor Fritz.
Yeah.
But
Submission.
He wrote a piece about coaching Pete Sampras. And Pete, later in his career, started to get very stingy about his schedule, really prioritizing the majors, didn't want to overplay, was having some issues with his body. And part of the rationale there was we can use the first week of a major to get into form, and then we'll be ready for the second week to play our best tennis. So believe it or not, for these ultra talented players, that is a mentality that sometimes they can come into slams with, even though for 99% of the other mortals in the world, that is a crazy proposition.
On the women's side, I remember Serena used to, she was famous for that too. She could look, very out of sorts in first and second rounds, especially in Australian Open. I remember coming in from the off season, you're like, oh my goodness, don't think Serena could possibly pull this off. As her tennis in the first round sometimes was a little scratchy, but then come the second Saturday, she was serving aces and clubbing winners and winning Australian Opens. That was a fun period for me coaching the Bryan brothers, because that Saturday that must have happened at least 3 or 4 times. A Serena singles title followed by a Mike and Bob doubles title, and she was kind enough to invite the fellas out, and we had some celebrations together. That Aussie Open Saturday was a fun day for both Team Serena and Team Mike and Bob.
Sounds like some good times. And Jannik Sinner did it at Wimbledon. You know, he eased himself into the tournament, decided not to play any of the grass court lead-ins, didn't look very good against Kecmanovic in the first round, had to go 5, then really didn't hit his stride until he had to against Djokovic in the semis. So, that's kind of what I think you got to look for Alcaraz in the first week. And it's not going to be about whether or not he plays well, right? That doesn't really matter. It's going to be about whether or not he wins. I think there's going to be a lot of people looking at Alcaraz's form, and if he looks a little patchy, they might be saying, well, he can't win the U.S. Open. That's not how I'm going to think about it. I'm going to think about it, every match that Carlos wins is a success. And if he can win 3 or 4 in a row, now he can win the tournament. It's not about how well he plays. Doesn't matter.
Completely agree with you, Gil. It's just finding a way to survive and advance in any fashion possible, because we know his A level is better than anyone else's in this field.
This is the Alcaraz quarter of the draw. This is the bottom half of the men's singles draw that came out today. We are right now in a lightning delay for the final round of qualifying here in this Thursday of Fan Week. And a couple of other big names in this draw. Tommy Paul will play a qualifier or a lucky loser. Where is the ceiling here for Tommy? Is this, you think, okay, one of these years he's going to make a semifinal here. I mean, he's done it in Australia. And, he had that big win over Zverev in Cincinnati just a couple of weeks ago. And you would think that this draw for Paul, where he could see Alcaraz in the 4th round, but who knows if Carlos is still playing in the 4th round, that means things are probably going pretty well, and that's a tough matchup for Paul.
Yeah, you ask what Tommy Paul's ceiling is, Brian, and I think he's been in a similar spot, really, the last 3 years. If you look at his year-end ranking, and last year there was an injury, so he slipped to 20. But in 2023, he was 13 in the world. 2024, he finished 12 in the world. And last year, I think if he didn't get hurt, he would have been in that range again. So in between 15 and 10. And then this year, again, there's still a lot of points off because of the injury, but his ELO ranking we'll use because it doesn't really penalize that as much. It's 14. So he's been steady there. And I think to Tommy's credit, and he's got one of my favorite coaches in the world, Brad Stein, he has maximized physically and, in my view, also maximized mentally. He's become a really good match player. He's very professional now, unlike, very early in his career when he wasn't as professional. And he's a great natural athlete. Look, I did talk to Brad, and I asked him, well, what are you working on with Tommy recently? And he talked about, first of all, the mindset closing matches. So there have been a couple that have slipped away from Tommy where he's been in winning positions. So I think they're just going over some mental stuff so that those tight, 50-50 matches are going Paul's way more often than not. The second thing is more technical and in my view, a little bit easier to talk about because I actually know exactly what the adjustment is. But they don't want Tommy to be serving as much for aces. They feel like he's trying to serve like a bot and maybe go for that sort of initial kill in one serve. And maybe the percentage has been suffering, or maybe he's just missing his spot. And okay, great, you served 125, but it went right into the returner's wheelhouse. They're trying to get away from that. They want more spot serving. Let's set up the next shot. Maybe we'll get the kill, in a serve +2 or a serve +1. Instead of trying to serve for that free point, they feel like Tommy's been overplaying on the first serve a little bit. So what do you make of that, Matt?
Yeah, I find that very interesting, Gil, and I would agree with that. When I think of Tommy Paul's serve, I do feel like it's a very smooth motion. He's got to just make a lot of his first serve at 70%. He's got a really good deceptive power kicker that I think he could use more on the ad side and throw in some more serve volleys because he actually can create some good bounce and width on that serve. I'd like to see him do that a little bit more. So I think that would be really, really intelligent way for him to go about his service games. A little bit more like Federer, just painting the corners, mixing in some serve volleys with some first strikes. Because I actually, he's one of my dark horses, guys. I mean, I think that he does have a couple of wins over Carlos Alcaraz in his career. I'm sure he'd love revenge on Bublik for the 5-setter that he lost last year. I called that match and just felt like that one got away from him. I think maybe he wasn't 100% healthy in that match, but also tactically, I felt like he didn't pick up on the Bublik service patterns and drop shots. I really feel like he would have learned from that. So I would love to see him get another shot at redemption against Bublik in that section. So yeah, just feeling maybe I'm being a little like pro-American here, but I'm actually looking for Tommy Paul to maybe go deep, guys.
Okay. He's played Carlos really well. Alcaraz, for whatever reason, hasn't enjoyed that head-to-head. I think Tommy has been able to up his aggression against Alcaraz because he knows that he needs to strip Carlos of time. So he's always kind of looking to up the pace on the forehand. He's really good at taking the return early and suffocating Alcaraz's +1. And then if the points do get athletic and they start moving side to side, Tommy's one of the few guys who can kind of hang with Carlos, fly around the court with him a little bit. So I hope to see that Alcaraz-Tommy Paul matchup, and I do think that Carlos will have to be at his best, and that'd be pretty early in the tournament. That would be a potential fourth-round match for Alcaraz. So we'd be looking at a first weekend on that Sunday or Monday.
That would be a thriller, and some other things that could certainly bring up the attention level here in this part of the quarter. There's some other big names here, and start with the guy who is fresh off his first Masters title in Cincinnati, and that's Arthur Fils, where we had the back injury that really cast some shadows and some doubts about Fils, but he looked very healthy in beating Francis Tiafoe for his maiden Masters title, and now he plays somebody who's won a couple of Masters titles, albeit on clay, and that's Stefanos Tsitsipas. And so for Fils, that's a huge accomplishment. You win that first Masters title. The game is very capable of going on a long run, but what's the expectation for Fils coming into the U.S. Open?
The expectation is at least get to the fourth round to play Shelton. And I think any earlier defeat than that would be a disappointment. The thing is with Fils is there's actually no real track record of him having success at majors yet. Now, he has missed 4 out of the last 5 slams with injury, but he still hasn't been to a major quarterfinal, And Macca, it can't be often that a player has won their first Masters before making a slam quarter.
Yeah, that is really unusual. Masters Series are not easy to win. My goodness, it's murderer's row to win a Masters Series. So this is was an interesting development a few weeks ago when he won that Masters 1000 in Canada. And to me, I mean, the range of things that could happen with Fils is anywhere from first or second round to deep.
That's true. I agree with that because he does have the capability to play badly at times. He is a Ferrari, in my view, or a Lamborghini, right? The Lamborghini is not the most reliable car, Brian. You know from experience. You know, it breaks down all the time.
No, mine is actually in the shop right now.
When it's going, you're going 220 miles per hour. And
it's purring.
And it's purring. You're going at an unstoppable speed and cornering the apexes and all that. But you're breaking down a lot. So for Fils, if you look at, for example, the final that he played in Cincinnati, which of course he won, that was a match where he played an atrocious second set. You know, did not make a ball. And Fils can do that, so he is a little bit upset prone. But look, and that was, of course, against Francis Tiafoe in that Cincy final. The thing I'll be watching out for is his serve. He absolutely served the lights out against Francis. His spot serving was so good, he actually took a little bit of speed off. And he's got, for those who don't know, the fastest forehand in the world and also the spinniest forehand in the world. So it is the heaviest. And for that reason, if he can serve well to set up that +1 forehand, he can be unstoppable. His movement is there. He's got all the raw materials, is what I always say about Fils. He can challenge Sinner and Alcaraz because he has the athleticism and the explosiveness to do so, and he's probably the only player who I can say without a question can actually match them in that department. Explosiveness.
Somebody else who's explosive and is also in this quarter of the draw is somebody you just mentioned, and that's Ben Shelton, the U.S. #1. And I think for Shelton, you remember last year it was a heartbreaker in Armstrong when he had to retire against Adrian Mannarino because of the shoulder issue after he took that tumble when they had split those two sets. Shelton defended his Masters title in Canada, this time in Montreal when he beat Brandon Nakashima in the final. But then he goes to Cincinnati and loses his first match to Jaime Faria. And for Shelton, we'll talk about his form, but just looking at the draw, it's not a good one for Ben, I would say.
I think he's the big loser of the draw. I think there's nobody who will be... nobody whose chances took a bigger dent upon the release of the draw than Ben Shelton. To have to play Talon Griekspoor in round 1, who's coming off of a win over Alexander Zverev. Griekspoor has not been at his best this year. He hasn't been confident. His forehand has at times, I would go as far as to say, almost yippy on the forehand. And then to have to potentially face Hubert Hurkacz in the second round, plus he's in Arthur Fis's section, and then he's in Alcaraz's quarter. I cannot imagine a worse draw for Ben Shelton, one of the Americans along with Taylor Fritz, who would have had designs on a trip to the final weekend here in New York.
Yeah, Gil, I completely agree. He's got some challenges in front of him. As a left-hander, he at least has the ability, an incredible ability to serve to the right-hander's forehand. So he'll be giving Griekspoor a lot of power kickers and exposing that somewhat shaky forehand. I think that the way his ability to make the ball move the other way as a left-hander would stand him in good stead in that matchup. We'll see how it pans out. But then Hubie Hurkacz, second round, potentially, he's such a fine player, and teaming up with a fantastic coach in Gilles Servara, yes. I mean, one of my most respected coaches in my mind on the tour. So Hubie Hurkacz, I mean, he's a fantastic player. Good server, fast, beautiful returner of serve. That's a deadly second round in my mind.
Yeah, just on the coach thing, Hubie's had so many great coaches. He's had Yvonne Lendl help him out. He's had Severin Luthi help him. He's had Craig Boynton, which was the long-term partnership.
Of course, Craig Boynton did a magnificent job with Hubie. Really, to my mind, just launched his career and put him into the top 10. And Craig, also one of the coaches I respect most in the game.
And Nicolas Massou would be the other one who's worked with Hurkacz. What I'm curious with both Griekspoor and Hubie is how often they can get in on Shelton's backhand. I think both of them have the ability to come forward. Of course, with Hurkacz, it's the serve that you're worried about. Shelton returned so well in Canada, but he actually hadn't been returning well throughout the year up until that event. Was last 50th among top 50 players in break rate. And Grigor and Hurkacz are both players with good precision serves who like to come in. And they just have a talent level that you don't ordinarily see for two unseeded players. Shelton's been hard done.
So in that quarter, we talked about, that very open quarter on the top half. This is the bottom half. I'm going to pencil in Carlos Alcaraz as one. But you mentioned in the other quarter, we had spoken earlier, Gil, but there's maybe 5 people you could see coming out of there in the semifinal. Let's say Alcaraz is one. How many others could you see winning this quarter out of the group we just talked about? We could also throw Sasha Bublik into that mix as well.
I'd actually hold him off the list. I don't think he's been playing well enough, Bublik. It doesn't seem the same to me as it was last year when Sasha was very desperate when his ranking was around 80 in the world, and he realized, wow, I better start winning, or I'm not going to get into the tournaments that I need to get into anymore. And as soon as it became existential, Bublik committed himself like he never has before. Was he going to be able to keep that up for 2 years? Not quite, and it's not really his nature. Now, Bublik is still a very dangerous player. Nobody wants to see. He's so talented, great hands, great serve. But do I think he's a candidate to make the semifinals? I actually don't. So I would say Alcaraz, Tommy Paul, Fils, Lehechka, and Ben Shelton.
Okay.
I get to 5 again.
Okay, so you still get to 5 there. But how far ahead of the rest? Is Alcaraz a comfortable distance ahead of the others?
Yeah.
Or you wait and see Carlos on court?
You can wait and see, but no matter what, it's a separate category for Alcaraz.
Right.
Because you know that if he plays his A game, I think Mac has said it about 10 minutes ago, he clears the field. Nobody's going to be able to touch that. And I am perfectly ready to see him play his A game. I don't know that that's going to be the case, but if Alcaraz wins the U.S. Open, I'm just not going to be surprised. And it's one of those things, Macca, you can't win as a pundit in this case, because if he loses early, people are going to say, you idiot, he hasn't played in 4 months. Of course he was going to lose early. If he wins the whole thing and you predicted him to lose early, people are going to say, you idiot, he's Carlos Alcaraz. Of course he was going to win the whole thing. So it's a very strange scenario where, somebody's going to look silly no matter what. I'm leaning towards not picking him to win the U.S. Open, but I also would strongly object to the idea of writing him off.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's in a class of his own. Well, he and Yannick are in a class of their own right now in our game in recent years. I would point to, if we're talking about great players coming back from an extended layoff, Roger Federer did it years ago, winning an Australian Open over his arch nemesis, Rafa Nadal, having taken months off, and we couldn't believe the level that he came back at to beat Rafa in that Aussie Open final. So there is some historical context that it can be done, but certainly it's not ideal preparation.
Yeah, it was 2017, that Australian Open final, where Rafa was a low seed as well. I think Roger was the 17 seed. Nadal might have been the 11 seed or something like that, maybe the 9. It was a very unexpected Federer-Nadal final that year at the Australian Open, but a perfect example of why you just don't count out the greats. And Alcaraz, maybe if you look at his total number of major titles right now, he hasn't been playing long enough to be there, but he will be a great. He is a great, and we should treat him like one.
He's got the career Grand Slam. So
youngest to ever do it.
Exactly.
Youngest to ever be number one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, you talk about Federer, and that was one of the really cool things of Fan Week when Roger, it was kind of Act 3 of his career, you would say. Act 1 was the early to mid-2000s dominance. Then there was he wins Roland Garros, he's sparring with Djokovic and Nadal. And then there's that 2017, 2018, and 2019 window where he wins Australia back-to-back. He adds the Wimbledon title, loses that heartbreaking Wimbledon final to Djokovic, makes it 100 career titles. And Roger, of course, will be honored for all of those accomplishments this week up in Newport, Rhode Island at the International Tennis Hall of Fame. That'll be a really cool event, along with our good friend Mary Carrillo. So a very well-deserved weekend for both of those. And that was one of the really cool things of Fan Week, that Federer's return to the U.S. Open we had here on Tuesday night when he played and beat Andy Roddick in an exhibition set, played doubles with Andre Agassi, Roddick and John McEnroe. So Roger Federer, it's incredible as we talk about Alcaraz here. He also fits because Roger almost 20 years ago was the last man to win back-to-back U.S. Open titles. Of course, it was 5 in a row for Federer. But Alcaraz is trying to be the first player since Roger. And it's incredible when you think about the excellence we've seen from Djokovic over the years. Certainly in Australia, he could play on a hard court. We saw Nadal win 4. We've seen Novak win 4, but never back-to-back. Nobody's won it back-to-back since Federer made it 5 in a row in 2008. So that's another storyline to watch for Carlos Alcaraz. We also want to talk about that top quarter, or that other quarter here on the bottom side. And you look at the seeds here, and it's the guy I just mentioned who's won this tournament 4 times. That's Novak Djokovic. He plays Mariano Navone. But for Novak, as he tries to make it 25 majors and 5 U.S. Opens, it's just he's like the guy running into the brick wall right now at this stage of his career. And that brick wall has been the Sinner-Alcaraz duopoly. But they weren't there. He wasn't facing them in Cincinnati. And Gil, as you said, that was just not a very convincing physical performance from Novak.
And one of the reasons why we haven't seen a player repeat at the U.S. Open in 20 years, Brian, is because I think physically this is the most challenging major, and it's led to, I think, more wild results. I think the top players have not been as reliable here. You know, Djokovic has won it only twice since 2015. If you look at how many times he's won Wimbledon, how many times he's won the Australian Open, even Roland Garros 3 times, despite Rafa's excellence. So this has been his worst major, and Roger had won the other 3 majors, well, other than Roland Garros, but you know, he continued to win Aussies and Wimbledons, but he stopped winning U.S. Opens in his latter years. I just think for an older player, this is the hardest. It's the most physical. It's at the end of the year. The body is beat up, and that's why it's been a slam where Juan Martín del Potro has been able to break out. A Marin Cilic has been able to break out. A Dominic Thiem has been able to break out. I would look for that this year. You know, I'm thinking that this has been the major that some of the kind of tier 2 contenders have been able to have their moments, and I'm wondering if it's going to happen again this year. I think from a Djokovic standpoint, Brian, because the question mark right now is his body and his physicality, it's going to be hard for me to turn around and say he's going to win the U.S. Open, just because this is such a tough slam physically.
I mean, Gil, you make excellent points, but I would say the early loss in Cincinnati could be a blessing in disguise. Had he won that title, I mean, that's miles on the tires that he doesn't need at this point in his career. So his pedigree is unparalleled, and we will have to wait and see. But as you remarked upon with Alcaraz, you'd be a fool to count him out. I mean, right. And for us to say that it's unlikely that Novak would win a 25th slam here in New York, we could look very foolish with eggs on our faces because he is the GOAT. And if his body is able to go, like he's certainly the premier, the most clutch winner we've ever seen in the history of the men's game. So I am really tempted, if you were, putting me on the spot. I said a few days ago, I think I'm going to go with Novak to win it. So, I mean, that is obviously like, I suppose, a little bit of a reach, but the fact that Yannick's not here and Carlos is a little bit undercooked, I would say that Novak is certainly one of your major contenders if he can just physically hold up. Important for Novak to win in 3 or 4 sets, I would say, in the early going. We don't need any 5-setters from his standpoint in the first week.
Big time, Macca. Energy conservation is so big for Novak. And we saw when he did have his big result at the Australian Open this year, it was partially due to the fact that he got a withdrawal from Jakub Menchik in the 4th round, and then he only had to play 2 sets against Musetti in the quarters, and that set him up for that semifinal where he was rested. He hadn't played a lot of tennis, still had to sort of manage his energy against Sinner throughout that 5-setter. And then if I take you to Wimbledon, he plays Felix Auger-Aliassime, goes 5. I think it was a 4.5-hour match. It was a very long match. And you could see, even with 2 days of rest ahead of his semifinal against Sinner, he did not have his legs. He could not recover. So that could not be overstated. The importance that Novak finishes these matches quickly is enormous if he's going to try to win 25.
That's the goal for Novak. That road, as he tries to, again, conserve energy, begins against Mariano Navone, and then a potentially historic rematch of the final from 10 years ago. Second round opponent would be the winner of the match between the wild card, Stan Wawrinka, and Matteo Berrettini, a former semifinalist here. Great to see Stan get in with the wild card, that late wild card, but Stan saying farewell to New York City. And yeah, he memorably, we talk about these surprise results. That's another one when Stan beat Novak back in 2016. This quarter, though, it'll be great to see Wawrinka just back at the U.S. Open to say farewell. This quarter, Brandon Nakashima plays Sebastian Baez. Nakashima off that great run to the final in Montreal. Francis Tiafoe plays Martin Dahm here for the second year in a row. The other big seed here is Daniil Medvedev, who was last seen sitting on the bench in Winston-Salem saying he was going to play pickleball because in calling tennis the worst sport ever. So Daniil, the 2021 champion and runner-up here in 2023, another guy who obviously got to one in the world, but you could say is one of those second-level winners, you know, not the Djokovic, Nadal, Federer, Alcaraz, Sinner, somebody else who's been fortunate to win here. So I'm not going to say Medvedev is maybe a favorite to the semifinal, but how many people in this quarter, are we saying 3 or 4, 2? Where are we here? I mean, Djokovic, put Nakashima maybe find a way through. Tiafoe, maybe some injury questions after that Cincinnati final where he admitted he wouldn't really specify the injury. He said he wanted to, you know, not take anything away from Arthur Fils. How many potential semifinalists do we have here?
I think I'm at 3.
Okay.
And it's Djokovic, obviously, Nakashima, and Tiafoe.
Okay.
And it feels weird to not include Medvedev, but I think it'd be rather bizarre if Daniil were to suddenly make the semifinals. He's playing tennis that has looked, you know, he hasn't been a top 30 player in the last 3 months. So yeah, I think he did show some great promise early in the year. What was interesting about Medvedev's January and February was where he was really playing some phenomenal tennis, particularly in Dubai, is he was playing an offensive brand of tennis off the ground that you're not really used to seeing from Daniil. So the thought was, is that sustainable? Can he really continue to do that? And then the answer ended up being no. And, you know, the last 3 years, you have seen just sort of this steady decline for Medvedev where he's kind of lost his identity. The serve isn't the same weapon that it was in 2021 when he won this title. So I'm going to leave Medvedev off of that list. And I will also say that if we're going to have a real shocker, like Matteo Arnaldi made the Roland Garros semifinal this year. And I think if we were to have a result like that, it would probably come in this quarter if Daniel Merida or Alex Michelsen, you know, Rafael Collignon, who I think is an underrated player. Like, if we're going to get a real shocker in the semis, I think it would come out of this quarter.
Just quickly back to Daniil. I think that his skill set is just not going to match up that well with pickleball. So I think he needs to refocus on the tennis. You don't get to play that far behind the baseline in pickleball and do well. So Daniil, leave the pickleball to the professionals, and you keep focusing on your hard court tennis. But yes, I'd agree with Gil there that possibly, I'm intrigued by the potential of the Nakashima-Michelsen's second round. I mean, that really could be a blockbuster affair. Two great young American hopefuls. Pressure kind of on Nakashima, being sort of doing so well lately. Higher ranked right now, the seeded player, but Michelsen holding a 2-1 head-to-head record against him. That'll be a fascinating match if it comes to pass.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think as a scheduler. I'm not Eric Budarak, but I'm thinking about the Wawrinka/Berrettini Novak Djokovic Ash night session, I would assume, and that's just mouth-watering. I mean, I'm so excited for that night session for a second round. It's as good as it gets. And I would say the Nakashima-Michelsen match might be an Armstrong night session. It has that feel to me, but one that I will be very excited to attend and cover.
Yeah, I agree. I like doing that too. I like playing scheduler as well, trying to figure out when and where these matches get slotted and placed, because there are a whole lot of ingredients that get baked into that cake.
Just one more thing about Brandon Nakashima's emergence as a top player. I mean, made a very wise decision in my mind, getting the wise owl Wayne Ferreira in his camp, and you can't. I don't think Gil, you can overstate the importance of great coaching. And there's obviously, this is a personal opinion, but I only feel like there's a smallish circle of truly great coaches, and I'd put Wayne Ferreira in that category. He really did so much for Francis Tiafoe's career, elevating his level of production. And I feel like Brandon Nakashima, who bounced around with a lot of different coaches for so long, I think has finally found someone that can take him to the promised land.
Well, Wayne has instilled a lot of offensive confidence in Nakashima. He's hitting his forehand with more aggression, flatter through the court. The stats are actually pretty similar in the speed department, but when you watch him play, I do think there's just more of an offensive intention, and he's actually missing less as a result of playing it not as safe. And also, Ferreira has encouraged Nakashima to come forward as often as possible, take time away, and then transition to the net. So Nakashima as a baseliner, he used to be, I think, a little bit vanilla in my view, because he's not going to suffocate the court with his speed. He's not necessarily going to knock the cover off the ball either. So he needs to kind of find his X factor in a way where he's playing offensive tennis, maybe not killing you in one blow, but landing those combinations and finishing at the net. And I think now he's gotten to a point where he's playing an offensive brand of tennis from the baseline, doesn't need to have enormous power in order to do so, but just piecing together the combinations and then getting forward to finish has been a winning formula for Brandon.
Yeah, he's an elite return of serve, I think, Brandon Nakashima. Back when I was coaching John Isner, I remember just being amazed at the amount of quality returns that Brandon was able to make John play. Very few people were able to return John's serve effectively on a consistent basis, but young Brandon was able to do that. They played 3 times in one summer. I think Brandon beat John in Cabo. John beat Brandon in the final of Atlanta, and then Brandon beat John here at the US Open. And so I'd had enough of Brandon Nakashima's returns by the end of the American summer that year. So, but yes, he's, as I remarked upon earlier, just getting one of these elite coaches in your camp is just so important. And obviously, Darren Cahill with Yannick Sinner, you feel like great coaches make a bigger impact than you'd think.
Where we are right now, it is about 20 minutes, a little over 20 minutes to 5 o'clock here in New York City. And it's final day of qualifying, but we are in a delay. The delay was first because of lightning, but then it morphed into a rain delay. And right now, there is no play before 5:30 Eastern. So that is about 50 minutes from now. And it is raining pretty heavily around here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. And we were looking at some of the qualifying results. We saw Gabriela Knudsen of the Czech Republic book her first ever spot in the main draw of a major. A result that we had neglected to mention earlier, Coleman Wong has qualified for the 2nd year in a row. You'll remember last year, Wong from Hong Kong became the first ever player from Hong Kong to reach the main draw of the U.S. Open. And he got all the way to the 3rd round as a qualifier. Well, he is back in the main draw after beating Dusan Lajovic. And we spoke earlier just about these players having to deal with the rain delay, and how Gabriela Knudsen, the match we were following on court 4, she was 2 games away. I think she was up 4-2. Well, how about this situation for the 2nd rain delay? Toby Samuel is up 5-love in the 3rd set on Christian Garin on court 9, and you are 1 game away from qualifying at the U.S. Open for the first time. And that's got to be an agonizing session in the locker room for Toby Samuel.
Well, for both people. Like, if you go in, you're like, 5-love down, my goodness. I mean, it's hard to envision victory from 5-love, but even worse probably for Samuel. Had the match not been stopped, he in all likelihood would have closed it out comfortably. But there is just some element of doubt in his mind and hope for Garin that if I could just get 1 game, maybe where there's 1, there's 2. Where there's 2, there's 3. It would be just so like the U.S. Open for something crazy to happen like that.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it also turns into a humorous story. I was talking to Bradley Klon, and he told me about when he was in a rain delay against Sam Querrey at Wimbledon, and Sam ended up 2 points away from winning the match when they had to stop due to the rain. It was deuce. And so they wait in the locker room for 2 hours. They come back out when it's dry enough. And Query goes ace, ace, and that's the match. So BK waited for 2 hours to basically stand there twice, get aced, and then that's it. So, we hope that doesn't happen to poor Christian Garin, but it could.
Yeah, Toby Samuels had a great year. He's won, I think he had an 18-match winning streak at one point. He's won, I believe, 3 challenger titles this year from Great Britain. He beat Billie Harris, another Brit, in his second round of qualifying. And now he is on the cusp of qualifying for the U.S. Open. A couple of other qualifiers, Robin Montgomery on the women's side from the United States, Lucrezia Stefanini of Italy, Tomas Barrios Vera, the 31st seed from Chile. He qualified on the men's side. So did Andrea Guerreri of Italy. And on the women's side, a first-time qualifier, Polina Iatsenko. So what we're going to do now, we've got about 18 minutes to go here before we say goodbye for the day. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we are going to continue breaking down the women's draw here on the singles side of the U.S. Open. We're going to make a few picks, and we're going to talk some much more tennis as we continue on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guessed. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guessed and book now at ihg.com.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again.
thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of faye yogurt in every bite. Visit USA.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the US Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the US Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your US Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the US Open.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health services provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights.
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments.
New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear. And for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
11 minutes before 5 o'clock here on this Thursday in New York City. Brian Clark, Gil Gross, David McPherson on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're only going to be here for about 11 more minutes, but we'll be back at the same time tomorrow, 12 Eastern Time. We've got U.S. Open Media Day. We'll have further previews, hopefully some interviews. Hopefully qualifying's completed by then, so the qualifiers might be placed by then. If the rain does not let up tonight, we will conclude qualifying tomorrow, but hopefully the rain lets up and we can conclude qualifying. A handful of players have already gotten through and booked their places into the main draw of the U.S. Open. And what we've been doing this afternoon, it's been a lot of fun, is looking at those main draws of the U.S. Open. They came out today. We just heard about the men, and we had covered the entire men's draw. We covered half of the women's draw earlier, and that was the top half that is led by the #1 seed and two-time defending champion Aryna Sabalenka. So let's go to the bottom half of the women's draw, and let's look at that quarter that's got Elena Rybakina as the flag carrier. She is the second seed overall, and she is very dangerous on hard courts, but she is a very big question mark after having to retire in her match in Cincinnati with that injury that she pulled up midpoint in a quarterfinal loss to Iga Swiatek, who was also in this quarter. And Iga has come in here as a former U.S. Open champion. She's seeded 8th, but based on form, I think there's a strong argument, Gil Gross, that she's the favorite to win the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think her, Sabalenka, because of the history, and Coco are the trio who are, I would say, equal favorite status. But, the fact that Swiatek has gotten herself back into that conversation is saying something, because that was not a given after Wimbledon, Of course, her ranking had fallen, and really it's been 2 years of pretty consistent adversity for Swiatek, given her cloud-high expectations, where when she's not number one in the world, she's not really happy. Now, I think she is starting to shift that mindset, Macca, and start to be a little bit easier on herself. I think that's been important for her to just relax a little bit in order to get the best out of herself. But Francisco Roig, you talk about coaching, he's had a very interesting vision for Iga's game that I think has helped her quite a lot to try to start to play with more shape on the ball again, net clearance, topspin, give some ground sometimes, don't overhit, and try to just reestablish that consistency. Because Macca, she's one of the 3 best movers in the world, and the problem has been in a lot of the matches she's lost, 2 things. 1, the nerve management. She's been overcome by nerves on big points. And 2, the consistency of her forehand, which it looks like she's found once again. She's gotten the consistency back.
Well, Gil, that is the Spanish way, isn't it, on the forehand, to play with a ton of shape, give up some ground, but kind of just refuse to miss on that side. And I've certainly seen Iga have some very wayward matches on the forehand. I remember one night watching her lose to Jessie Pegula, perhaps in a quarterfinal here a couple of years ago, and the forehand was just spraying all over the court. So that shift in mentality to play with a more Spanish-style forehand, more topspin, just trying to clear the tape be more conservative, if you like, while still hitting it very heavy, I think makes a lot of sense for her game, because with her extreme grip, I didn't feel like she was very safe. When you penetrated, Jessie, of course, Pegula hits a penetrating flat ball, and she was just driving the ball into the Swiatek forehand that night with great results. So I think that Roig is on to something there, that maybe she needs to give up a little bit of ground, use her speed, use her physicality, a la Rafa Nadal, and that may be a really... At the courts, Gil, how would you say the courts are playing? I wouldn't say they're playing especially slowly or quickly. For me, it's a fairly even pace, a fairly fair, medium-paced U.S. Open this year.
Agreed. I mean, I think they ask the court manufacturers to hit a medium-fast CPI. I know the practice courts tend to play a lot quicker than the big match courts, which don't get as much usage. If you're looking at an Ashe or an Armstrong, where it slows down a little bit, that is favorable for Swiatek. Of course, she won the title back in 2022, and it looks to me like she has a calmness in her footwork and her body control and the way she's constructing points, where for a long time, Brian, it looked panicky. It looked, just as if there wasn't any serenity in the way she was going about playing points from the back of the court, where she was taking maybe too many steps, or she was overplaying in terms of her intention, and it was very edgy, especially in tight moments. I really do think she's gotten over that, and it's exciting to see, because, for a long time, she was dominating women's tennis, and it got to a point where I actually think that some of the suspense actually wasn't there, particularly throughout the clay court season. It's been fascinating to see a champion of Swiatek's stature actually have to, work through some struggles and some troubles. It's humanized her in a way, and I think if she comes back from this, she's going to be back better than ever.
That's a great point, Gil, and it is very cool to see the great champions work through adversity. That's her quarter of the draw. She is.
And let's not forget, sorry to
That's okay.
interject here, but I did want to give a shout out to Naomi Osaka, who's also, before we move from that section, I would like to, say that I think Naomi Osaka is a big chance to advance in that section, and she would have the type of power game to give us Swiatek some trouble on a hard court. Would you agree, Gil?
Traditionally, yes. The one part of Iga's game where she hasn't been able to improve is the serve. And Osaka's got just a phenomenal serve. So you know that Naomi's going to be able to outserve Iga. Iga, with her athleticism around the court, might have advantage in rally. But Osaka looks to be in great physical shape. Her movement is sharp. I think mentally she's been looking a lot better as well, where, I think she's competing pretty well, competing hard, consistently, So I actually think both Iga and Osaka are very credible candidates to win this whole thing.
Yeah, and they are in the same quarter here, and we're going to quickly move now we'll, of course, have a more in-depth preview tomorrow, but I wanted to just pin us to a couple of things here to move going forward. Gil, you had mentioned how, sometimes the U.S. Open springs a surprise. And on the men's side, basically what I'm asking is, who's going to win this tournament, men and women, for both of you? If this is too early, you can chicken out.
I haven't fully decided
Okay.
who my men's pick is going to be. I'm leaning towards not picking Alcaraz.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards not picking Zverev. And I'm leaning towards not picking Djokovic.
Okay. Okay. So
he's looking for an exciting new face to come through, which would be great, especially if it was an American face.
Yeah.
Here at the U.S. Open.
It just feels to me like that possibility is going to be there for potentially a Hodar or a Feast or a Shelton. But, at the same time, it's going to be hard to pull the trigger on one of those players because the track record isn't there. Whereas, with Carlos, of course, you just know that if he works his way through his first 4 matches and starts playing his best level, that's going to, he's going to be the overwhelming favorite. And, there's also more of a track record now with an Alexander Zverev or a Novak Djokovic if his body holds up. But I might be brave, Brian. I might go off the board.
Okay. No, you're allowed to do that. What about the women?
On the women's side, I'm going to go Coco Gauff. And I decided I was going to pick Coco to win the U.S. Open actually about a month ago when I was watching her in Canada. And I saw a level on her serve and her forehand that I haven't seen in a very long time. And we know that the rest of the game is going to be there. I'm not concerned about the physical side, the mental side, ever. I think she's actually the best in the world, really physically and mentally. She's actually been coming forward really well since Wimbledon, where she started to use her athleticism to come forward more often. And I just think that the technical side has clicked in a way where you see Coco score lines. She's winning a lot of straight set matches. She's separating from her opposition. And that, to me, says a lot because for so much of the time in Coco, it's been like grinding through matches, scrapping through matches, having to win wars and battles. If she's not even having to do that and she's cleanly winning these matches, to me it means she's ready to win a major title again.
And yeah, I agree with Gil. Coco would be my pick on the women's side, with perhaps Naomi Osaka being a dark horse. That'd be my 1-2. And then the men, I just got a feeling Novak's going to tack one more onto he's going to seize the opportunity and use all of his experience and guile to win one more last time. And my dark horse in the men, I just had it, and then it's Taylor. I think Taylor Fritz would be my dark horse on the men's side.
Okay, so there's still more time for predictions. We'll get to them tomorrow because we'll be on from 12 Eastern to 5 Eastern tomorrow. We'll have Media Day coverage. We'll hopefully have the full list of qualifiers. If not, because play is suspended right now, we will conclude qualifying. We will have it all as we move closer to the main draw. But for now, we're saying so long from this Thursday at Fan Week. For David McPherson, Gil Gross, our entire team, I'm Brian Clark. This has been U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
With Faye Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit USA.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular.